Can we get the IT guy up here, please? It's locked out. I can't. I tried to use my password and. Y'all ready?
Yes.
Okay. I now call to order the Planning Commission meeting of February 20th, 2020. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please stay still, standing for the statement of values.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you, Secretary Biagini. You may be seated. All right, Secretary Biagini, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Certainly. Commissioner Salem?
Here.
Commissioner Ikezi? Present. Commissioner Kelly? Here. Chair Becker?
Here.
Commissioner Jane?
Here.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
Here.
And Commissioner Biagini, I'm here too.
Excellent. Everybody's here tonight, so no excuses. Declaration of Commission Procedures. Public hearings are conducted by the chair in accordance with the following procedures. 1, the chair of the commission directs all activity during the hearings. All comments shall be addressed to the commission. 2, any item on this agenda may be continued to a subsequent hearing. 3, applicants will be allotted up to 10 minutes to present and justify proposals following staff presentation of the item. Other speakers will be given up to 2 minutes. The applicant is allotted up to 5 minutes for rebuttal of the comments. Number 4, no additional comments will be accepted upon the close of the public hearing, although the commission reserves the right to direct questions to any speaker on any matter. Number 5, special procedures and time limits may be applied to any items as prescribed by the chair. Number 6, appeal of commission actions must be filed in writing within 7 calendar days of tonight. Copies of the current agenda and staff reports for each of the items on the agenda are available from the Planning Division office on the Friday afternoon preceding the meeting and available online. A copy of the agenda packet is located at the table near the entrance of the council chambers right over there. Okay, this is the part of the meeting for continuances and exceptions. Members of the public or interested parties to request an item to be 1, continued without hearing, 2, withdrawn, or 3, taken out of order. Are there any requests from applicants, the public, the commission for a continuance or exception for any of the following items on tonight's agenda? Seeing none. My apologies.
Chair Becker, just to call to your attention and to the members of the public that we did receive a post-agenda email, and this was a request from counsel for, and his name is Gary B. Wesley, and this is in regards to David's Restaurants, and there's representation, and they, in the email, they do request action to be deferred for additional consideration, but this item can be discussed during the meeting.
Okay. So in that case, we take a vote on it if that's the case, or?
There is a request for a delay on this, but you can consider this now, or?
You only need to take a vote if there's a motion to continue. So far, you just have a request from a member of the public to continue. There hasn't been any motion
Okay.
by any commissioner.
Is there any motion from a commissioner to continue? Okay, seeing none, we will move forward then. Okay. We are now moving on to the consent calendar. Sorry, is this public present? No. Yes, consent calendar. The procedure for the consent calendar is as follows. Consent calendar items may be enacted, approved, or adopted by one motion unless requested to be removed by anyone for discussion or explanation. If any member of the Planning Commission staff, the applicant, or a member of the public wishes to comment on any of the consent calendar items or would like the item to be heard on the regular agenda, make this request now. Items listed on the consent calendar with associated file numbers constitute public hearing items. Is there anyone from the commission or anyone in the public? Commissioner Ikezi.
Hi, I have a quick question on the minutes about the warehouse with the alcohol permit. Who is the applicant? I thought it was Amazon, but it says Prime Now LLC.
So should we pull that then to discuss that?
Are you looking at the correct agenda? We don't have any other items.
The minutes?
This is for the
Oh, I'm
minutes.
sorry, the
Yeah.
minutes, okay.
Item 1, yeah, for the 29th of January.
I believe Prime is Amazon Prime.
Well,
But the applicant name in the actual application was LLC.
Prime
Amazon
Now
is just the
LLC.
behind.
Yeah, I
the-
just wondered.
The client.
I don't have the application file in front of me, but we will either correct the minutes and bring them back to you at the meeting on Wednesday if what is printed is incorrect.
Okay, thank you. Just wondered. All right.
If I may add, this speaker put down that information who he was speaking on behalf of, and that was the one you just mentioned. The
Prime
Prime.
Now LLC?
Yes,
That was the applicant?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
I move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve the minutes by Commissioner Jane and seconded by Commissioner Chiarocuro. Go ahead and cast your votes.
I'm not seeing the votes yet. It's not coming on.
Just one moment here.
Is it not showing?
is moved by Commissioner Jain, seconded by Commissioner Cherukuru, and
I'll just say an aye vote. It's not coming up, but
she'll have to give a verbal vote, Commissioner Cherukuru. And that passes unanimously. All right. We will now move on to public presentations. Are there any members of the public that would like to briefly address the commission on any item not on the agenda this evening? Seeing none, we will now move on to the public hearing items. Public hearing item number 2, which is recommended action on Phase 1 development area plan for the related Santa Clara project. Staff, can you start, please?
Yes, good evening. So this evening's staff presentation will cover a background on the project entitlements for the related Santa Clara project and the application tonight, which is the Development Area Plan 1, or we'll also refer to it as Phase 1 through the presentation. We'll cover the required findings the city must make in order to approve a development area plan. We'll review the development area plan materials submitted by the applicant, as well as evaluate them for conformance to the master community plan, including infrastructure and open space. And we'll cover the environmental review work that was prepared for this hearing. As permitted under the master community plan, the applicant is elected to defer the submittal of architectural materials to a second step in the development area plan review process that will occur by the city's community development director at a later date. So on background on entitlements, in 2016, the city certified an environmental impact report for the overall City Place project, also referred to as related Santa Clara now. The city adopted a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program and adopted a statement of overriding considerations. With that, the city amended the general plan to add an urban center entertainment district designation that would support a pedestrian-oriented mix of commercial, office, and residential uses. And the amendment included amendment to the city's climate action plan to reflect the new urban center entertainment land use designation and corresponding adjustments to vehicle miles traveled reduction requirements. The city rezoned the project site, the overall 240-acre project site, to planned development master community, and approved an accompanying master community plan, which is the implementing zoning map and document for the review of development area plans throughout the phases of development of the project. The city also approved a disposition and development agreement containing lease conveyance terms and approved a development agreement which vested the entitlements for the project for a 30-year term and requires a minimum 10% affordable housing provision for the residential units to be developed. The illustration at the screen on the right shows in white the overall related project area, 240 acres, with the subject of tonight's meeting being the smaller Parcel 5 portion of the overall site highlighted in red, and that's the subject of this development area plan application. Again, under the PDMC zoning, the city reviews development area plans for phases under the master community plan, which sets forth standards and design guidelines and for the review of entitlements, and includes minimum and maximums such as numbers of dwelling units and non-residential square footage, standards for open space, infrastructure, and signs. A note that a comprehensive sign program will be referred to the Planning Commission later with the Phase 2 application. The 3 required findings the city must make in order to approve a development area plan are set forth in Appendix C of the Master Community Plan. The first being that the city must find the application is consistent with the applicable development requirements for the phase in the Master Community Plan. The second finding is that the infrastructure the developer is proposing to construct in connection with this phase is sufficient to serve the proposed development on the subject property. And the third finding that the proposed shared outdoor space provided for the applicable phase is reasonable and appropriate to the proposed level of development. Consistent with the Master Community Plan, the Phase 1 application proposes to separate the Parcel 5 into 3 distinct blocks. Blocks 5A on the left, next to the city's Tasman Drive parking garage, Block 5B, and Block 5C, all fronting Tasman Drive. This particular phase proposes to vacate the current Stars and Stripes Drive as well as Centennial Boulevard through the city's street vacation process and to construct all new streets, including relocation of Stars and Stripes in an east-west alignment and reconstruction of the Centennial Boulevard in its north-south configuration, as well as new Avenues A and Avenues C through the development. Pursuant to the terms allowed under the disposition and development agreement with the submittal of a phased option notice, this realignment of Stars and Stripes and roads increases the development area for the site to 14.3 acres, and you'll see that as a comparison to what we have in the Master Community Plan as a base reference for entitlements using 8 acres. The overall block increases to approximately 390 feet in depth for each of these lots to align them with the north side of the Tasman Drive garage for a more efficient street layout for Stars and Stripes Drive. And as was noted at the January 29th Planning Commission study session, the transit station is not included with the Phase 1 Development Area Plan application. There's a site plan showing the proposed land uses and conceptual building location plans and footprints on the 3 parcels. The Block 5A on the left here proposes 440,000 square feet of new office space and new supporting retail service building space on the southeast corner of Tasman and Centennial, and also in the north fronting Stars and Stripes Drive. On the center block, the proposed hotel is shown in purple here. That's a proposed 480-room hotel, along with some additional retail support space in the form of restaurant, food and beverages, and general retail. And then on Block 5C here is a proposal for 200 residential serviced apartments. Those apartments would function as apartments in that they are intended to be occupied for more than 30 days, but may be serviced by the hotel on Block 5B. So that's why they're called residential serviced apartments. The applicant is deferring the dedicated provision of 10% of these units as affordable units to Phase 2 pursuant to the development agreement. in that these are, given the type of residential units as residential service departments that they are. Here are footprints of the proposed subterranean garage. So this is 2 levels below grade. The first level below grade shown here above would provide 810 spaces. This parking garage stretches beneath all 3 blocks, including passing beneath Centennial Boulevard and beneath Avenue C above, and with the lower level shown below providing 1,103 spaces and points of access off Avenues A and off of the Station Road through new driveways on the east. Anticipated building elevation heights for the 3 blocks are shown here. Block 5A at 9 floors, approximately 198 feet in height above mean sea level. Block B, the hotel tower, 12 floors, 218 feet above mean sea level. And on Block 5C, the residential service apartments at 7 floors, 135 feet above mean sea level. The MCP establishes a maximum building height of 219 feet above mean sea level, consistent with FAA regulations and ALUC policies. It's a colored rendering of the building massing, just to illustrate the potential heights of the 3 buildings with it's difficult to see from the colors, but we have again the proposed 9-story office building with lower floors in separate buildings for retail, the proposed 12-story hotel facility, and the proposed 7-floor residential service departments. So here's moving into evaluation of the proposed development and uses for consistency with the MCP. The Phase 1 plan development includes a total combined building area of 1,047,000 square feet, which is greater than the total of 873,000 square feet that was planned for in the MCP under Table 3.2. You'll see that the floor areas tend to increase for the office space and the hotel space. They decrease slightly for the overall general retail floor area and for the residential service departments. These fluctuations are allowed under the flexibility built in under Section 3.2 of the MCP, which permits development transfer between parcels 4 and 5. So on Block 1, we have a proposal for 440,000 square feet of office space and a 480-room hotel on Block B, and a proposal for 51,000 square feet of retail food and beverage space, which is roughly less than of the retail than was contemplated in the MCP, but is permissible. The planned development for Phase 1 will result in an FAR of 1.68 over the expanded 14.3 acre site, which is less than the 2.52 FAR for Parcel 5 as planned for as an 8 acre site in Table 3.2 of the MCP. Continuing with some of the adjustments, just to show the retail plan, we have a proposal to separate the retail into 3 separate areas on Blocks 5A with a total combined square footage of approximately 35,000 square feet. And on Block 5B, a combined total of approximately 16,000 square feet. Again, the adjustments vary slightly from the MCP, but are still compliant. In review of the overall proposed parking, the applicant has provided a table and justification in the development area plan application. The second column shows the ratios that were contemplated and adopted as part of the MCP. And with the submittal of this first application, those ratios are proposed at slightly lower numbers for a few of the categories. This phase one is proposing overall 1,913 parking spaces to serve the 3 blocks, which represents a reduction of approximately 15% from the total of 2,241 parking spaces that would be derived from the parking ratios in the MCP. The approved MCP does anticipate changes to parking demand will occur over time, and provides that the city may also approve up to a 25% parking reduction for development area plan submittals beyond the first phase. As the implementation of this first phase, development area plan 1, has been slightly delayed since the 2016 approval. It's already been observed that demand for hotel and residential parking has dropped, particularly with the increased use of rideshare services. The MCP provides that this parking reduction is most appropriate for project components that feature office, retail, and residential uses within walking distance of each other. And the phase one implements this parking reduction by providing consolidated underground parking facilities that can share each of the project's on-site uses and connect the proposed office, retail, and residential uses with convenient connections, and staff is therefore supporting the proposed reduction. Moving on to infrastructure, here's one of the plans from the application that shows the proposed private and public ownership through parcel 5. So the parcels themselves is delineated, including this connection area between blocks 5 and B and 5C would be privately owned and controlled, and then the public realm would include all of the new streets, the sidewalks, and a portion of right-of-way behind the sidewalks along Centennial Boulevard. Here's a plan from the application that just shows the proposed street and sidewalk layout, including signalized intersections, and the proposal for Class 2 bike lanes on both sides of all of the streets. As part of the infrastructure, the applicant has submitted proposed conceptual streetscape designs for each of the streets. This is the streetscape design for Centennial Boulevard, which is consistent with the city center collector streetscape typology in section 6.3 of the master community plan. As each phase is built, the on-site infrastructure, including roads and wet and dry utility installations necessary to support the development of each phase, would be constructed. The phase 1, as I mentioned before, would develop all new roadways within the phase 1 project area, including the sidewalks, crosswalks, bike lanes, and street parking where possible. In addition, the phase 1 would include new storm drainage infrastructure, water main connections, recycled water, and sanitary sewer, as well as extending electric, gas, and telephone services. So to follow up from the January 29th study session, more detail on the infrastructure to be built is provided in an infrastructure construction table staff has prepared and is attached to the staff report. Moving on quickly through the other street sections, here's Avenue A, the conceptual design, which is consistent with the city center collector streetscape typology. Avenue C, which is also consistent with the city center internal streetscape section typology. And Stars and Stripes Drive, a little wider, with landscaped with street trees as the other streets, but with a median, and which is consistent with the city center internal streetscape east-west shopping center typology. And moving to the outdoor space, here's a conceptual plan showing plan for 2.2 acres of private shared outdoor space spread across the 3 blocks. As private outdoor spaces, these are intended to serve the developments on each of the respective blocks. So for block 5A, there may be potential outdoor dining and lounge space for the retail buildings fronting Stars and Stripes, as well as the office development. Block B shows a proposal for outdoor space to serve the proposed hotel, which may not be at the ground level. It may actually be on an upper floor deck. And for parcel 5C, the residential service apartments, the proposed outdoor space, which may or may not be also on the ground floor, could be on an elevated deck. So note that parcel 5 was not designated as a phase to provide public parks or open space under the master community plan, given its location. And so the requirement for 1.21 acres of public parks and open space that would otherwise be required to serve the residential service departments will be deferred to phase 2, as is allowed under the development agreement. And while these plans do not yet provide detail on the types of amenities for the areas of each of these blocks, staff does anticipate the submittal of some of this information with the architectural submittal that will happen later as part of the step 2 review of this plan. As the private shared outdoor spaces are planned to serve the developments on each of the blocks in this phase and appear reasonable in their size and areas for the types of uses, they do appear consistent with the master community plan. On the environmental review that has been conducted on June 28th, 2016, the city certified an environmental impact report for the overall project and adopted a mitigation monitoring or reporting program and adopted a statement of overriding considerations. An addendum to the EIR was prepared for this phase 1 application and includes an updated copy of the MMRP with notations specific to this phase, as well as a traffic analysis. The addendum found that the implementation of this phase 1 would not result in substantial changes or introduce new information not already analyzed in the City Place EIR, primarily because the level of development now proposed for the site is within the broader development assumptions that were analyzed in the EIR and would not cause new significant environmental impacts not previously identified in the EIR or result in substantial increases in the severity of previously identified significant unavoidable impacts. The addendum concludes that the potential environmental impacts associated with the phase 1 application have already been adequately analyzed in the project EIR that was previously certified and no further review or analysis under CEQA is required. No, we did receive, as Gloria mentioned earlier, the email requesting the continuance from Gary Wesley on behalf of Ibrahim's, which also expresses concerns about the objecting to the recommendation for approval of the addendum. We'd also received an email earlier from Commissioner Jane to staff just inquiring about whether or not the mitigations with regard to bird safety and building design included in the MMRP could be adjusted. And at this point, given that the MMRP has already been adopted, the commission can could make recommendations for changes, if any, if you have any, as recommended conditions of approval on the application to council. Yeah, but not on the CEQA document. Community outreach. So following an extensive community outreach effort that led to the city's original approval of the rezoning, PDMC zoning in 2016, the developer and staff have undertaken additional outreach for the review of this application. And so on January 15th, the developer held a community open house event at the Santa Clara Convention Center, and 1,000-foot notice was distributed to the public. The city also posted notice on our website and social media accounts. For the January 29th Planning Commission study session, we posted notice on our website and also our social media accounts. And then for this evening's review, we distributed notice to property owners within residents and businesses within 1,000 feet, posted notice in the Santa Clara Weekly newspaper, as well as notice on our website and social media accounts. In addition to the letter we received, I did receive one additional call the other day, but nothing follow-up in writing from a resident in the community of Alviso in San Jose, expressing some concerns for traffic, just wanting the city to be cognizant of that as we make our recommendations and decisions. So as I mentioned earlier, just a preview of what will be submitted on future applications that's not part of the review tonight is the developer is deferring the dedication of 10% of the proposed affordable housing for the 200 residential service departments to phase 2, and is also deferring the construction of 1.21 acres of parks and open space to serve the residential apartments to phase 2. Now back to the required findings. So per staff's analysis, finding number 1 can be made as all aspects of the phase 1 application are in conformance with the requirements of the master community plan. Per staff's analysis, finding number 2 regarding the infrastructure can be made as all infrastructure necessary to serve the development in this phase has been identified and can be implemented as architectural and infrastructure plans are further developed for the project. The conditions of approval note the infrastructure requirements necessary to be submitted with the phase 1 architectural materials as part of the second step in the development area review plan process. Per staff's analysis, finding number 3 can be made in that the 2.2 acres of private outdoor shared open space serving the development in each block conforms to the master community plan. And so with that, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt resolutions for the related Santa Clara Phase 1 Development Area Plan application located at 5155 Stars and Stripes Drive, recommending that the city council adopt the EIR addendum for Phase 1 and also approve the Phase 1 development area plan application subject to conditions. With that, take questions.
And Mr. Chair, before you proceed with questions, if I could just add just a few quick words. First, I just wanted to note that I'm joined tonight by our outside counsel, Anna Shimko and Eric Phillips from Burke, Williams, and Sorensen. They are over there because things got a little crowded up here, but they will be available as well to answer questions tonight. Also, as you've heard, we did receive a letter from the attorney from David's Restaurant alleging defects in the environmental addendum related to traffic and hazardous materials. Just briefly, I'd note that the addendum states that the number of trips from the project as changed would actually be less across the board than what was analyzed in the EIR, perhaps in part due to the reduction in retail square footage. Also, there was an exhaustive analysis of hazardous materials in the EIR, including extensive gas sampling of the landfill. There was a potentially significant impact identified with respect to methane. There were mitigation measures identified, including state regulatory measures like a post-closure land use plan that requires methane monitors in buildings and regular monitoring for methane emissions. And with that, it determined there was a less than significant impact. So far, all we have from this letter is two sort of honestly vague allegations about traffic and hazmats. If we get more specific allegations in the testimony, I'd be happy to address them, as well as with the assistance of our outside counsel. Also, if you have any questions about the deal points, the DA, the DDA, I will almost certainly be throwing them that way, as Ms. Shimko is the one who negotiated the deal, at least the legal aspects, on behalf of the city. And for the record, she successfully defended the EIR when we were sued by the city of San Jose.
Okay, thank you. We are now going to go to questions for the staff. Let's start with Commissioner Chair Carew.
Thank you, Chair. So I do have a few comments, but I'll go to questions.
Maybe you can turn on your,
Your mic.
I'm sorry.
oh, thank you.
I do have a few comments, but I'll start with a few basic questions. So is this a ground lease with the city, or how, I mean, we own this property, what was the agreement? I mean, did we sell this outright?
No, my understanding is there is a 99-year
Ground
lease. Correct.
Okay. And I wanted to quickly clarify the Centennial roadway width. So is it a 3-lane? Seems like that is the main artery into this project. Although the street widths were not clear, from this picture, it looks like, is it a 3-lane with a bike lane?
So this illustration is showing, 3 lanes each direction, I think one of which in each direction may be a turn lane, at least partially, into the garage of the hotel facility on Block 5B, as well as bike lanes on each side that vary between 6 and 8 feet as Class 2 bike lanes, as well as wider sidewalks.
What is the total street width?
Let's see here.
You can answer later as well. Or maybe the client can answer as well. Again.
So this is conceptual. So the total planned overall right-of-way width varies between 87 and 109 feet,
Okay.
with curb-to-curb width overall varying between 67 to 89 feet from one side of Centennial to the other side.
No, are you saying width, or are you saying
Overall width,
overall width is actually a
Yes.
60, at least minimum 60-foot right away?
67
Okay,
from curb to curb, minimum 89.
and that's Centennial, but the
Correct.
others are more street.
The others vary as
Okay.
well.
A quick pointer out, and I know this is very much just intended as a schematic, but when we did the MCP, a part of the landscaping plan had suggested that along Sentinel, which is I'm looking at what is here, that there was going to be more of an urban multifunction, walkable plaza pedestrian spine. Is that changed?
Well, the concepts that we have today do vary some from.
A lot.
From the MCP, but we don't have yet the actual architectural application materials with the more specific building locations and footprints shown. This is still conceptual, and the applicant can address that further.
Okay.
I think
'Cause that's-
also, if I can just chime in, I think most of the cross-section that you're referring to with the MCP applies actually from the DAP 2 and beyond, so it's not as applicable to DAP 1.
I'm looking at this, that shows right off of Tasman.
So we can have the applicant speak to that more specifically if you'd like.
Okay. And, okay, I'll defer my questions. No, one of the things that I'll let you address it, but I'll save my comments for the later part. Thanks.
Okay. Next is Commissioner Ankezi.
Okay, I appreciate the questions that Commissioner Cherukuru raised. I just have a few quick questions. I was here in 2016 when this commission reviewed this project, but it's been many years, so I don't remember what the discussions were on TDM. What is the what kind of trip reduction is applicant supposed to offer,
Yeah,
achieve?
so back in 2016, the city did amend the city's climate action plan again to develop a new designation that reflects the urban center entertainment district land use designation. And so correspondingly adjusted Table 9 for the VMT reductions, calling for a minimum 4% VMT reduction to be achieved through TDM for the office, and a minimum 2% VMT reduction achieved through TDM for the proposed residential development.
Okay, so those are the numbers that you have on your report, and I was a little shocked because this is from 2016 and very different from what we've been talking about this year. Okay, a few quick questions on. Let's see, is this going to be like the podium construction that we've been hearing so much about, or is that like in the different DAPs?
It'll be a podium-type construction, again, so all three blocks, including Centennial Boulevard and including Avenue C, will all be built over the 2 levels of underground parking.
Right,
So they'll,
okay, but it's
right,
this.
oh, I'm sorry, yeah, this is not the landfill.
It's not the landfill, okay.
That is coming later as part of the Phase 2 on
Got it.
Parcel 4.
All right, thank you. That's it for now, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Jane.
So I was a little confused. In the MCP, on page 20 and 25, it talks about parcel 5 being 8 acres. And then in the packet we got, it said it was 11 acres and it was being extended to 14.3 acres. So it seems like this is not really in compliance with the MCP, which talks about 8 acres.
Built into the overall PDMC approval and the MCP is the allowance for flexibility and adjustment of land areas and transfer of building areas and density through the different phases.
But
So-
by a factor of 2?
So, well, with the MCP as a concept did target an 8-acre site for parcel 5. The developer with this application has submitted what we call a phased option notice, electing to expand the boundaries of parcel 5 to 14.3 acres. And so whereas before the parcel 5 ended before the north edge of the garage, now it rises above, and so the overall development site increases.
If I could provide just a little more detail. So yes, early on in the MCP, you see that 8-acre figure. Then if you go later in the MCP to section 416, 417, and 418, they provide specific acreages for each of the 3 blocks. If you add up those acreages, you actually get 8.6. So I suspect the first number was a rounding error. So you've got 8.6, but notably, that's without any of the roads. That doesn't include the roads between the 3 blocks. So if you add in the 3 roads, you get a larger number. And then the developer has shifted stars and stripes to the north. I think if you include the roads, you end up with 11.3 acres, and then the developer elected to expand that to 14.3. And then the developer will later be dedicating some of those roads back to the city, which will bring the number back down. So there are a lot of numbers flying out there, but basically it's around 11 and change, and plus 20% minus the amount they're giving back to the city. They're actually in compliance with the DDA terms. I'm sure the developer can give you more precise numbers than I've just thrown out there.
Okay.
Could I also just add that, I think Jeff referenced this in the presentation, that on page 35, it talks about the basically base entitlement, and it identifies the 8 acres, and then there's the development transfer provision that says they can utilize area from other areas to.
20%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that's identified as the base entitlement, the 8 acres, so there is that flexibility built in. And it says to reflect basically market conditions, and what is appropriate land use types for the locations, the specific locations.
Both development square footage and land area, there's a separate clause allowing transfer of land area between phases
I see.
by
Okay.
20%.
Okay. So I see that the commercial retail was reduced substantially, and I know that the city has been interested in trying to maintain FARs for retail, and my calculation is that a 0.1 FAR would result in 62,000 square feet of retail, and a 0.15 FAR would be 95,000 square feet, and this project is only 51,000 square feet for this project. So I know there's going to be a lot of retail on the 40-acre podium in later phases, but I thought that was a substantial reduction in retail. Then the other question that I have is that how will the restructuring of Centennial and Avenue C, or whatever it is, affect the Amtrak and ACE parking? Do you have any idea about that?
Well, as far as the parking, I don't know, I think we can ask one of our staff members from Public Works is working on it to try and answer those questions for you.
Hi there, Allie Jackman with the Department of Public Works. Wanted to just chime in on that. So the VTA and Amtrak, they're not actually designated parking in that location, yellow lots 2 and 3. Their designated parking is further south on Stars and Stripes.
Okay, so it's not going to impact what they have. It will reduce what they get overall, but they don't own this.
They don't
this
have
park.
rights to that land currently, so they park there. We don't restrict any parking right now, but that isn't dedicated parking for VTA or Amtrak staff.
Right, but that parking is always super tight, so it's going to be an impact to the people that want to use public transit.
Possibly.
Okay. The other thing, like Commissioner Ikezi, I looked at Table 8 for the TDM plan, and I am, I know when this project first came before Planning Commission, I complained bitterly about the TDM and the traffic mitigation, but this is what it is. But when I look at the TDM plan on Table 8, I don't see any numbers in there. So for office TDM, this is Table 8. I see for bicycle infrastructure for office TDM, it says short-term and long-term bike parking will be provided and will be located at convenient locations. There's no ratios, there's no numbers in there. So I'm actually disappointed that there isn't anything we can hold them to in these plans, except for I know they're going to do annual monitoring and trip counts, and they just have to hit the 2% and the 4% VMT reduction, which should be 35% anyway. But there is no provision in here for any on-site bicycle parking in the residential. There's no commitment here for any on-site bike parking. Do you have any comments on that? Or is that something I should ask the applicant?
I think you can ask that. of the
Okay.
applicant.
Okay. Then my final concern is the process by which the architecture will be approved. Now, they have hired a very premier architecture company, Foster and Partners, so I'm hoping that we'll get something we can be proud of. But there is no public process. It doesn't go to architectural review. It doesn't go to Planning Commission. It just goes to the Director of Community Development to approve the materials and the architectural look. So I'm very disappointed that there isn't more public input into the actual look of the buildings, the materials used, and any measures taken in those materials to protect against bird collisions. So I have no idea how much thought is being given, being that this is right near the bay, to protect bird strikes on these buildings. Bird strikes are probably the largest source of bird kills in the world. So I don't know. Are there any plans for any community input into the design of these buildings?
Well, at this point, we don't have the plans or application materials that would address those concerns. We do have, there are 6 mitigations in the MMRP that address building design approaches that can be taken to reduce bird strikes, and that's what we'll be looking for as we evaluate the architectural submittal.
Right, but there's no provision for the public to provide input, the Audubon or anybody, into those designs, what's finally selected.
So as we did specify at the study session at our last meeting, correct, the architecture review submittal is something that's an administrative process, or can be elected to be an administrative process, has been at the developer's option. So that's something that was approved as part of the master community plan process. It's essentially an entitlement of the zoning. So that option and the administrative process is something that was previously approved by the city council.
Those will be public hearings, though, will they?
Are you referring to when the MCP was approved with these
There was supposed to be
criteria?
administrative hearings that replaced the architectural review, is that correct?
So to clarify, we do refer to architecture review in our zoning code. I don't have the particular chapter in 18 point whatever, 76, thank you. I should know this by now. But that specific chapter is not what's being referred to or applicable. The term architecture review and that it is a requirement, a different process, in the MCP is not one and the same, and it's explicitly not one and the same as Chapter 18.76 of the Municipal Code.
I see. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Vice Chair Slam.
Hi, so I have only a couple of questions, and I was trying to dig it out and answer it for myself, but I couldn't. Could you show me or point me at the section that talks about the public transit flow through the site as it is being designed? Because I'm not seeing any notch outs or any accommodation for bus stops that would keep the traffic flowing.
So the circulation plan submitted with the application, I don't have a slide of it right now, does not show any bus stops within the new streets that will be created. There is discussion about creating private shuttle stops through the Parcel 5 development, and we can have, perhaps the applicant can explain more to that question.
And then the second question is, was any investigation done about expanding the capacity of the existing parking structure instead of additional depth of new parking? Or was it even a possibility?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I'll ask it again. Was there any investigation done of expanding the capacity of the existing parking structure instead of additionally digging deeper for new parking on the new developments?
No, there wasn't.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Chair Kuru.
Now I'll go into my longer version. So to echo Commissioner Jane's concern, it does preclude a whole lot from Planning Commission, which is an anomaly in this case. And, there is really no teeth in this project for anybody to look at. With a 240-acre property, we basically have no say in anything. And it all rests on the heavy shoulders of our director. We just have to rely on the best. I am going to sincerely recommend looking at Centennial, looking even at the website. The picture is very different from what this is showing in reality, where there is no real pedestrian feel to it. It's still not walkable. We have 2 lanes, you have trees, means nothing. It's not a walkable gateway at all. That said, I want to go a little more because our only teeth are in infrastructure at this point of time.
Just a gentle reminder, this is the time for questions to staff and not to express your opinions about the project. Perhaps these would be good questions to ask the applicant.
Okay, I'll save my questions too. So one of the things that we're all moving forward, and I know this was negotiated in 2016, but it's going to be a 30-year plan and a 99-year lease. Has there been any thought process of looking at this as a smart city, progressive, especially with the technology, the IoT of buildings, and I'm probably speaking lingo that most people in this valley are familiar with. But knowing that regionally and, of course, our partner cities in the area are already considering, this, I think, would be a very good example of actually making most of the network capability, and especially when you're putting street infrastructure, your network, your cable, your fiber cabling should be smart city level. When I say smart city, I mean not just visioning intersections to be going digital and timed. It really should think beyond that. And I'm going to quote from my studies. So every other city, including Singapore, Amsterdam, Dubai, we've all looked at them and said, oh, they're smart cities, but we've never thought what it really means. And I would say this is a 240-acre property that we really should be planting those smart city initiatives. Simple things as getting digital city assigned, building, it's called unique QR codes that can be for each building, that would allow for easy scannability of the building, the plot, and its location. I'm just giving progressive thoughts. But it more so becomes important because this is right next to Guadalupe Parkway. And I know the chair has already considered this, but with the rising levels of water, sea level, and especially impact with our waterways, I would highly suggest looking at becoming this part of the town being more resilient and especially prone to flooding, to look at anything that can become a smart initiative that will either preempt or protect or, come back resiliently after its flooding impact or any other impact for that matter. So smart city was one of my first goals to consider as part of your infrastructure to prime your VTA, your roadways, your digital access to systems, Wi-Fi, all of that. The other thing, and I'm going to probably steal your thunder a little, the rising water sea. I do not know the elevations of this, but knowing that, at least along Tasman, along Guadalupe, other properties have considered berms. High engineered berms would be one way, but definitely you're going to look at an elevated building levels, which I'm sure in design guidelines, but also the streets. Because the most impact in any flood is accessibility. And if the streets are not accessible, you want to be prepared for what can we do to mitigate it up front, right? I mean, knowing that that's the future we're all going to live in. So I'll close my comments there. Thank you.
And it's my understanding that Related and the city are in discussions about smart city initiatives. I'm sure the developer can tell you more about that.
All right, I have some questions myself. I saved mine for the end. Taking off of where Commissioner Chiricaru was talking about, I remember back in the early, 90s, mid-90s, they were increasing the height of the Guadalupe River berm. I mean, that's why it's as high as it is today. A question for staff, because I don't remember as far back. I mean, I don't think the developer would know how far back, but how far back did the shoreline come into? Because I know stories from when I was a kid, Highway 101 was known as north of Bayshore. So the Bayshore pretty much came to that region. How far in did the bay come into? Do we have record of that, or do we know how far before we started draining the area?
We have records, and I mean, and there's also recorded sites through the Northwest Information Center, so
Okay.
a lot of marshland was actually up to Central Expressway. There's a lot of fill there, but I mean, specifically, I don't know that we have any type of maps like that, readily available.
Just the concern, there's a news story on NBC Bay Area the other night, and it was about sea change and sea level rises. And I know that this area, I remember when I was a little boy, this was a dump, and that was mainly because it was an area of landfill, or it was mainly drained, diked or levied. And my always concern is we sit here and we talk about sea level rising, but yet here we are, we're continuing to build on areas that have sea level rising. And it's billions of dollars worth, and I'm really kind of concerned about what is the plan for this. So let's say, because on the maps, because that's where it's kind of concerning, is because on the maps they showed us on the channel, the sea levels are rising between up to 2100 or 2100. We're talking at least all the way up to probably where Related is right now. And Related was actually marked on the map that they were showing of locations that are in the regions that are susceptible for this sea level rise. So my concerns is because it's high enough, but my concern is the areas that are surrounding it are not as high as that we're going to build this. So we're just kind of an island in the middle of, I mean, what's more preventative measures that we're going to take on that?
Commissioner or Chair Becker, so we use the information available and coordinate very closely with FEMA and make sure that we're building in accordance with any requirements for floodplain, which I'm not aware of that this project has any specific requirements. We're also building this project up substantially, as you know, to deal with the landfill. There is some grade change between Tasman to the project entryway that has to just deal with some existing elevations and how we have to accommodate development. So I just want to share with you, sea level rise is a concern throughout the Bay Area. I'm not entirely sure that that is a specific issue for this project site.
If I may add on, Chair Becker as well. We are looking with the Tasman East specific plan area at the new analysis that was done by FEMA related to potential flooding in this area, and this project site's not included in that. So they have been looking at this issue fairly recently within the last 3 or 4 years, prepared a study. It's not been adopted yet, but under that, the related Santa Clara project site area is not affected.
Okay. Another concern I have is during earthquakes, liquefaction, is that an issue in this area because it is considered a landfill?
The landfill isn't a factor in the liquefaction, but I mean, the whole valley is full of a soil composition that this area is prone to liquefaction. So, but that's identified on our geology section, our general plan, and it's just a general concern.
Okay.
So it's not any greater for this area.
Okay. I mean, Commissioner Salome really kind of hit on this. Connections from Lafayette. Are we going to have more than one connection from Lafayette? Because so far what I see on these maps is it looks like it's going to just go around where Cala de Luna is, come out and come up onto Tasman. Is there going to be one where City Place Parkway is up in the up into the more northern side, a connection from there to City Place Parkway that's going to cross the rail line? Or are we going to have very limited access to this area? Because if that's the case, this is becoming more of a TDM concern that Commissioner Ikezi was talking about and Commissioner Jane was talking about, because now we're kind of constricting people to one area.
I think if we could just wait and have the applicant address that in their presentation for you.
I do also want to point out that as part of Tasman East, Lick Mill is be extended into the project site, and that's another consideration for connection.
All right, and
Yeah, and future phases.
last question for staff is, maybe you guys got some numbers on this, and I've been trying to do some my own kind of research, is do you have any studies on people that actually, residential areas and people that actually lived on landfills? Any studies, any health studies afterwards of that matter? Do we know of? None? No. Okay. All right, that's my questions. So let's go to, unless we have anybody else, we have Commissioner Ikezi or Chair Kuru? You guys, oh, sorry, okay. So let's go ahead and move on to the applicant then for their presentation, right?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my name's Steve Eimer. I'm an executive vice president with Related, co-managing partner of this project. Been involved with it for the past 8 years, really from the inception. What I'd like to do is provide kind of a brief overview of the entire project. I know we're really focused on just phase 1 tonight, and that should be our focus. But that will help, I think, provide context and maybe answer some of the questions that I've heard excuse me, pop up. I'd like to just, if you go to the next slide, please. Maybe I have the control of this, Brina, or no? Brina?
Is it not working?
I don't know. I got it. I got it. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I'd like to just give you a very brief introduction to our company. It's the Related Companies. We're actually the largest private developer in the United States and have projects all over the world, actually. Two of the most noteworthy of a large scale would be Hudson Yards in Manhattan. It's a project that Related's been working on for over 15 years, And the bulk of the project just opened last spring, and it's doing very well. It's on 28 acres, but a very large development, a total of about 18 million square feet ultimately. Approximately half the project is now up and open and operating. And it's really creating a brand new center for the west side of Manhattan. Tremendous engineering involved in this particular project. It's built on a platform above an operating rail yard on the west side. Through the construction, trains operated day in and day out, so very complicated. Different from the platform we'll be building as part of Santa Clara, but it's still a platform. And then another project I would highlight briefly, the Grand. This is a little closer to home, downtown Los Angeles. We've been working on this for about 15 years, and it's a large-scale mixed-use project. It's directly across Grand Avenue from Disney Hall, and Frank Gehry is our architect. And again, it will be a real destination combination of hotel, apartment, retail, food and beverage use. It's under construction and will be open for business in about 2 years. In California, I would also mention that we're one of the largest developers of apartments, have been for the last 25, 30 years, and have developed and owned and operate today over 20,000 apartment units. Many of those are affordable units. That's one of our specialties. Just brief couple of words on our very high-quality planning, design, and engineering team, headed up by Foster Partners, architects for Apple headquarters here, with an office practice in San Francisco, one of the highest quality architectural firms, very well known throughout the world. Also, Gensler will be providing our architect of record services for the entire project. They're homegrown in a sense, but worldwide, with a major office in San Francisco and also San Jose. And then the engineering side of the project will be overviewed by WSP, again, a world-renowned and noted civil engineering firm. This is an overview of the entire site, all 240 acres, 9.2 approximately million square feet of total project approved. It's really broken down to us anyway, in 4 major components. The first is the city center, which is the multicolored area just north of the stadium. The second component will be an office campus. What's labeled there is the Northwest office. It'll be up to 1 million square feet of build-to-suit. And then across Lafayette, it will be additional build-to-suit opportunities.
Could you use your pointer? I think
have
that's
one.
built on there.
Top button.
Do I have one?
There we go.
Top button.
Thank you.
Oh, excellent, thank you. All right, city center, multicolored area just north of the stadium. And then second component is the 1 million square feet of build-to-suit opportunity. This is Great America. And then third major component is 4 million, up to 4 million square feet of build-to-suit office opportunities east of Lafayette. And then, of course, a major public park that will be developed by the city in the future. I would add just the proximity to Tasman East is a big plus for our project. Recently rezoned, as you know, for up to about 4,500 apartment units. In addition to the office square footage that I mentioned, we'll also be developing 2 hotels. One of those I'll touch on in a few minutes is part of the first phase. The second phase will host our second hotel. And then 1,680 residential units in total. 200 units, as the staff has indicated. In our first phase will be service departments, and the remainder will be in subsequent phases. 500,000 square feet of retail, 200,000 food and beverage, excuse me, and 100,000 square feet of entertainment. The majority of that will be in subsequent phases, phases 2 and 3. This is an overview, kind of an aerial rendered of the project site with some of the major components that I just walked you through labeled. I would like to just kind of focus here a little bit on the connectivity to public transportation, which is a significant positive feature for us. As you know, we have light rail that runs along Tasman, east and west. East will be connecting to BART very soon, with the Milpitas station opening sometime this quarter, I believe. And then west to Mountain View, where it connects with Caltrain. In addition, commuter rail runs north-south along Lafayette, Cap Corridor and ACE trains, as you know, and we'll be improving, expanding the platform and station area here, partially as part of phase 1 of our project. And in addition, we'll be working with the city and the VTA in the planning of a multimodal transit hub, form of which is yet to be determined, but that will be located somewhere in the Tasman-Lafayette zone. We're contributing funding to further those planning efforts. This is just touches on a few of the highlights of the project in general. Just to clarify again, over the next couple of slides, you'll see some components, again, just to give you context of what's coming and of future phases. And the image that you're seeing here is of our global food market, which we think is going to be an iconic component of phase 2. Not in phase 1, but coming very soon in phase 2. And I have a couple of images of that to show you. I mentioned the 480-room business hotel, which is part of phase 1. There will also be a 220-room in phase 2 Equinox Hotel. We own the Equinox Health Club brand, and we're morphing that into a hospitality brand. So that will be the third Equinox that will open as part of phase 2. Public park, I mentioned. Sustainability is a huge consideration for Related, as is the whole smart city concept, which I appreciate you mentioning that. On the lead and sustainability front, we're required to provide fundamentally LEED Gold is the standard that we're to reach with buildings within the project, but we're currently working on upgrading, if you will, to a LEED Platinum neighborhood designation for the entire city center. We think we can achieve that. We're going to try to achieve it. And we're going to be incorporating a number of other really important sustainability features in the project. On the smart city front, I'll touch on that briefly, and then I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. That again, is another really important component of what Related does in these projects. We're partnering with a group called Sidewalk Labs. It's a very, very well-known, very cutting-edge smart city entity. In fact, I was just back in New York. We met with their chief officer, Dan Doctoroff, earlier this week, and his whole team going through an entire menu of smart city attributes that we'll be incorporating in the project. We're also teaming up with Accenture, which is a major worldwide consultancy program, which also specializes in smart city applications, and we'll be partnering with them in furthering that entire effort throughout the entire project. This is again, I'm still in the future a little bit, not part of Phase 1, but this is an interior view of the global food market. Did I go over?
I'll give you about a couple more minutes.
Okay, great. Let me move forward a little bit then. And this is a depiction of a streetscape, heavily landscaped, wide sidewalks, restaurants, entertainment. Spilling onto those sidewalks will be a hallmark of the entire project. And you'll see that in as we move ahead. Another image, again, portraying the plaza, the pedestrian orientation of the project. And then concentrating just on Phase 1, this is a view, conceptual rendering of our office building on Tasman, which is part of Phase 1. As the staff mentioned, it'll be a 9-floor office building, flanked on the left of this screen by a restaurant with a very high quality, terrific dining operator that we do a lot of business with around the country, is who we're working with right now. And then on the right-hand side is a retail, series of retail stores. And then this is obviously the major pedestrian entrance into the office building. Another view of the entrance to the office building, very high quality materials, be very appealing to a variety of different types of office tenants. Next is a view of the business hotel. This is looking at it from the corner of Centennial on the right, Stars and Stripes on the left. Staff mentioned 12 stories, very high quality. Lower floors will be a porte cochere entrance, guest check-in, areas for the public to participate as well. There'll be 2 restaurants on the lower level, first floor flanking the guest arrival, and then guest floors above, meeting space on the lower levels. It is a business-oriented hotel. And then we'll have a pool deck on the upper floor.
I'll let you continue until you're finished. Just try to wrap it up in a few minutes if you can.
Will do, thank you.
We do want to see all of this.
Yeah, this is a view from the hotel looking back toward the global food market. You're looking at Centennial and Stars and Stripes. This is, again, a very conceptual rendering at this point of the service departments. 5 to 7 floors, still hasn't been fully determined yet, approximately 200 units. This will be 30-plus day stays and will be most likely serviced by the adjacent hotel. Another view of the interior courtyard, again, conceptual renderings. They make it look real, but it's still very conceptual. I mentioned the transit center improvements. This is just a listing in the interest of time. You can take a look at it, and I can answer any questions, but we are improving the entire platform area there for both shuttle buses as well as the users of the station area. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to start off with the Commissioner Cherukuru.
If you would like to stay here, sir?
Yeah, stay up here. We're probably going to have a lot of questions for you.
Again, we welcome you to our city. So thank you for choosing us as well. So I do appreciate all the work that has been done, and we know it's a long haul from here as well. And you got my comments, but could you touch on my first interest, why we cannot keep Centennial Boulevard more pedestrian? And if you showed me that picture, that's the goal, that it would be more pedestrian versus vehicular oriented. The previous one. Yeah. If this is the goal, then it's a lot more comforting. However, your block plans are a little different and kind of mislead, especially when it comes to the hotel frontage. It's right on it with barely 0.4 acre of landscape, or possibly that looks like literally a hotel off of North First Street with barely any room for a for a green space. So I just want to be assured that this is the view, it looks great, but I want to be assured that transliterates to reality.
It's a bit confusing because we are submitting the project as required, phase at a time. This is a view of Centennial as you cross Stars and Stripes adjacent to the food hall. This is part of phase 2. Centennial south and of this, between Tasman and Stars and Stripes, will have slightly different character. Still very wide sidewalks, as well as the traffic lanes. And it will transition into what we feel is really a much more pedestrian-oriented experience. But still, we've looked at it quite carefully and in conjunction with city staff over a long period of time to make sure that the pedestrian is accommodated from Tasman right through our project, because obviously that's extremely important to us as well.
So, okay, I didn't get a clear-cut response, but I'm hearing that you're going to work to make it look more pedestrian than what it looks on the plans right now.
Yes.
Okay, if that would make the question go away.
Well, I love talking about this stuff. That's why it took so long. But I want to be as clear as I can be too, and not mislead you.
Because as you can understand, a lot of our, lack of being able to see it when it actually comes is one of our causes for concern. So your images today helped alleviate a lot of that.
Good.
But it is still one of our ongoing, how is it going to all play out? Because it all rests with the director and nobody else. So a follow-on question, what has been your outreach with our public transit entities, VTA for one? Because you're talking a mini town here. And a lot of the connectivities, especially when we are trying to bridge more of the connections, and I don't know how many of us participated at the State of the Valley. Peter Kalthorpe, father of new urbanism, gave a phenomenal presentation. And he actually talked about Grand Boulevards as one of the needs for this region. And Grand Boulevard's more because we are so strapped already with existing infrastructure to make it overheads. So we're more like Singapore's, and we have actual, light rails becoming a overhead, very probably like New York soon. But I didn't know if that was actually an engaged discussion with VTA to see, especially for free flow of traffic when you see the future. You're going to be here, we're going to see how technology changes with self-driving cars, with self-driving, probably VTA and public transit.
Correct.
How much of that has been thought through?
Yeah, a great deal of attention has been put to that in our work with the city, as well as in conversations with the VTA. Yeah, it's still emerging to some degree as we finalize our infrastructure on subsequent phases. We are, as you can imagine, we're very committed to future-proofing this project and making it the most intelligent community that we possibly can, and to anticipate as far into the future those things that we're going to need to incorporate now. So that, and I mentioned Sidewalk Labs, and I mentioned Accenture, and then I could go on and on about the multitude of other consulting firms that we have involved with us, all of which is really aimed at making sure that we're planning and developing a city center that will live into the future. We're very committed to it. So I can go to whatever level of detail you want, but that's kind of an overview.
No, thank you for.
Sure.
All right, next we got up Commissioner Ikezi.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so can you tell me what the service department is? Is that like a long-term stay, like a Homewood Suite kind of place, or?
Well, it will be set up as an apartment. It will have mostly studios, ones and two bedrooms, not really larger units, and most of them will be one-bedroom units. It's meant to meet a market that we have studied pretty carefully here, that is currently the demand for relocations, corporate relocations, temporary housing, is currently being met in a sort of a one-off way, if you will. It's relocation people will stay in hotels and pay a big rent for that. And there's kind of a, you might call it a bit of a mom and pop business that's emerged in the valley where people will rent out their homes or rent out units in their homes or bedrooms in their homes even to people that are on short-term stays. It's somewhat of an emerging market, and we believe that there's strong demand for it. We think that the nice way to put it together is to, as it's adjacent to our business hotel, primarily business renters, to potentially offer, and we still have to work all this out, but potentially offer some of the services of the hotel to the people who are staying there for 30-plus days.
So it's like a month-to-month type of lease?
30-plus days.
I see.
So you might want to mention that it's probably furnished and it's considered like a living space, but it's not something where you're moving into it,
You're
per
not
se.
moving in and out. Generally speaking, we'll furnish, not necessarily all the units, but a good number of them, yes.
Okay. I'm looking at your report on the public hearing that you had, open houses that you held, and you raised the topics that were discussed, but did you meet any residents who raised serious concerns about any specific aspects of your project? Because I don't see that included in your in the letter from Berg Davis Public Affairs.
Yes. I gave the presentation and attended, and Suds was there as well, so he can double-check my recollections, as well as many of your staff members were there. I think traffic was highlighted, as you'd expect. Increased traffic due to more development, not just us, but generally speaking. So traffic was highlighted. I think, boy, Suds, can you help me out? Actually, I was somewhat surprised, personally, that there really weren't too many serious comments. There were a number of very, actually positive comments with regard to shopping that the neighborhood needs and more restaurants that the neighborhood needs. And also, I think our commitment to public transportation, I think, was generally recognized. So that's my recollection.
I'm looking forward to this project, too. I mean, this is going to be an amazing project.
Terrific.
But I have a lot of questions. Okay, so you hired, ever since our meeting in 2016, Related hired Foster and Partners? That's
Correct.
okay. So which building, which part of the project is Foster and Partners going to design?
Yeah, they're acting as a master planners for fundamentally the entire city center of the project. They'll be designing the majority of the buildings, and they're designing, of the 3 buildings in phase 1, office, hotel, they're designing both of those buildings. The third, the service departments, will be a separate firm. And
since you raised your other projects, Hudson Yard and the other one in LA, I understand Hudson Yard is famous for its signature buildings. Are we going to have any of those really fancy signature design buildings in our project?
I think every one of the buildings is going to be a signature building, especially with, Foster involved. They are an incredibly creative and high-quality architectural firm, as is Gensler. We have, and we're very fortunate to have the marriage of those two firms. Gensler is a terrific architectural firm, as well as providing a number of other services. I would probably highlight, and that's one of the reasons I put up the slides of the global food market. This is going to be a signature building. I can talk for half an hour about this easily, but I won't. But you can see it's a timber construction. It's of a very significant scale. It's on a scale similar to the Ferry Building in San Francisco, over 110,000 square feet at the floor level. Very, very significant building, and a very distinctive architectural style, both interior and exterior. Exterior shot, and then the interior. So the architecture here will be really significant. And also in our second phase, I would probably highlight our Equinox Hotel. And this is a Foster design building, by the way. I keep forgetting to mention, but this is a Foster design. The Equinox Hotel will actually be designed by another fabulous, really high-quality firm called Architectonica. They're doing quite a bit of work in this area. They've got an office building being designed in downtown San Jose. They've got another building is under construction in San Francisco right now. And when you see, and you'll see soon, the Equinox Hotel, I think you'll see it as a signature building as well.
Thank you. So when is the phase one going to be actually built? I mean, what are you anticipating?
Yes, we are anticipating starting construction on the lowest levels of phase one, which is really excavation work, in May of this year, coming right up. There are several months worth of that type of work, and we're expecting to start actual construction of the parking garage, which is down at the lower levels, below Tasman, starting that in October. And then superstructure, it's about a year plus to get the parking garage up to Tasman level. And so we're a good year plus away from having superstructure of the office, hotel, and service apartments start. But we're anticipating a grand opening of phase one in 2023.
Okay, so you're pushing out the affordable housing and the open space into phase two. When are those things going to be available to Santa Clara residents in phase two?
Well, our current schedule for phase two, and that's not before you today, obviously, but our current schedule is because we have submitted the DAP for phase two, and so you'll be seeing it come before you within the next 30 to 60 days, let's say, Rena. Phase two will include approximately 4-acre park on the east side of the project, adjacent to the railroad, but to the west of that, adjacent to our Avenue C, approximately 4 acres. We've started to review that with staff, and so that will be coming along and that will be constructed as part of phase two. And we plan to start construction on phase two about this time next year.
Okay.
And then on the affordable housing piece, that will also be provided in phase two. And we're planning to open phase two, even though we're starting construction on phase two a little bit later. We're planning to open phase two in 2023 as well.
The entire phase two?
The entire phase two, all 2 million square feet of it.
Is that the part on the landfill?
That Phase 2 does sit on top of the landfill, yes.
Okay. Let's see now. Let's see.
Commissioner Kizzy, do you mind if we come back?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, let's move
I
on
yield
to, we'll come back to you in the second round. We'll come,
Thank you.
next is Commissioner Kelly.
Okay. Just a couple quick questions. Regarding rail and parking, I know there's not a final plan hammered down, but do you have an idea of what the city place is going to do as far as their connection with the new train station and additional parking for people that park and ride the train? I mean, are you going to be doing a shared parking arrangement?
But, first of all, there isn't a new train station.
I should say,
What is, the platform?
or platform.
Yes, the platform that exists there, excuse me, along Stars and Stripes is going to be improved a bit. We're also going to be expanding the existing bus parking, adding, I think, 6 or 7 spaces, additional bus spaces to that, and making a number of other improvements in that area, and also linking it directly into the project with a grand staircase and elevator system. But those improvements will come later. As it relates to parking, we're not anticipating providing any parking directly as part of our project there. The parking, as I understand it, and I think the staff commented on this, the parking that's provided in reality for that, I think, is a bit south of the platform area.
Okay. And one big issue we have, and we've been talking about it a lot, is 5G. Are you planning to put like antennas on pretty much all the buildings to make it 5G friendly?
You know,
I mean, the reason I ask is getting a cell antenna in is controversial. A lot of people show up for that. And I assume you're not going to have standalone antennas. I've seen them on buildings as well. And I also know the distance that 5G is effective is about half of what it is for a traditional 2G tower. So the reason I ask you, are you planning 5G, and are you planning to put the antennas on your buildings?
it's a great question, and we're debating that right now. In fact, I was in a meeting this morning in New York with our consultant team, including Accenture, trying to understand where the industry is going with 5G dissemination, and nobody seems to know. That's what I gathered. I'm not a technical person, I'm just a developer. But from what I heard today and what some of our technical people are telling me is that it's a bit up in the air as exactly how 5G will be rolled out for a project like ours, but we're certainly committed. That's one of the reasons we had the meeting, was to try to figure out what we need to do to be able to provide uninterrupted 5G service. Certainly our goal.
Yeah, and I would basically like to see 5G not just in the buildings, but in the whole area.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Just total 5G connectivity would be our goal.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And then I'm just going to ask you, I know we've talked about it already, but that area, my understanding, is prone to flooding. What is the overall development's plan if there is a flood?
Yeah, the flooding issue and sea rise was studied very extensively in the EIR process. And I'm not an expert in that area. I'm aware of all of the experts that both the city and our consultants employed to evaluate that. I don't want to give you a wrong answer, so I'm going to either defer to the city to answer that from a technical standpoint, or we'll have to get back to you with a specific answer from our engineering team. But to my knowledge, there aren't specific things that were identified as required to deal with Guadalupe or San Tomas Aquino. That's my recollection. But we can certainly follow up.
Yeah, I would just like to know if there is a flood, what the plan is. Okay, because once this is developed, a flood would shut it down for a considerable amount of time, either roadways closed or buildings shut down while the water recedes. So, anyways, I'll keep it short and pass it back on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kelly. Next up is Commissioner Slame.
So I have just a couple questions. First off, how close to final do you feel your renderings are for the commercial and for the apartment buildings at all, for fenestration, facade, those kind of things?
You know, the slides that I showed you on
Yeah.
phase one, I think they're getting there from a conceptual standpoint. We've got a ways to go.
Yeah, they felt very uninspired as far as their layout. It was very grid, very glass box. We're trying to move away from that. We're trying to raise the bar. And you have this beautiful signature building for the market. It would be really important for us to see those other buildings raise the bar too and go the extra step. Because right now, I think given the surface areas that you showed in the slides, it was, yeah, that's very large. I see the breakups, but it's still very flat, very grid. Hopefully we can do something a little better. The other thing was to echo Commissioner Kelly and others, unless you're planning on submarine parking, you might want to investigate how better to deal with the floodplain. It's not just the levels of the buildings you have to be concerned about. It's far more important to consider the level of the parking structure, which will go down below, not below water level, but definitely below floodplain levels for sea rise and other things. Did I have anything else? No, I try and keep my questions and comments shorter. So that's really all I really wanted to mention.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slame. Next up, we got Commissioner Jane.
So I understand there's a Uber heliport here somewhere?
Someone's
Okay.
dream, Commissioner.
All right. More serious question. Currently, the 49ers have been parking cars on the golf course area, and I understand that there's an agreement to use some of your parking for 49er events. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have an agreement with the 49ers that respects two primary issues around parking. Excuse me. Airplane got to me this afternoon. Excuse me. The 49ers currently, not currently, but yes, currently, have the rights to park 789 cars on the Tasman block during game days. And we have negotiated an arrangement with them where we're going to provide, for a period of time, temporary location on the site for that 789. And then once our parking garage on Tasman is completed, the 49ers will be given the right on game days to park the 789 in our parking garage there. So it's kind of a temporary situation for the couple of years that the area is under construction. In addition, we'll be providing access for game day parking throughout other garages that we have as part of the project for game day parking as well.
So my concern is that you've increased the project size in square footage by 20%, and yet you've reduced the parking by 300 parking spots, which is roughly a $12 to $18 million cost savings by reducing parking. I think you've gone down, the hotel ratio is decreasing from 1 space per key to half a space per key, and the residential is from 1.5 spaces per unit to 1 space per unit. So my concern is that there will be sufficient parking for this project, and what is stated in here is this reduction is consistent with current parking policies. And I agree, the data shows that parking ratios are going down, but also VMT, the current policies are that TDM measures and VMT reductions are going up, and I don't see any compliance to that in this project. And I was at the public meeting, and people are very concerned about traffic. So the 2 to 4% is a problem, but that's what's in the agreement, so there's not much I can say about that. What I saw in the MCP, there was some discussion of placemaking and public art. Can you talk about what you're doing here to make the place more attractive for with using public art and placemaking?
Well, placemaking is one of our really key traits of all of the projects that we do throughout the United States and elsewhere. Placemaking is about creating zones where the public feels welcome, where the architecture, where the landscaping, where the public accommodation is really tremendous. You'll see when we come to you with our Phase 2, which is really where, and that's what was contemplated in the MCP, that the majority of those kinds of public gathering places would be not so much on this first phase, but in the interior, and you will see that. So you'll see a lot of areas of plazas and open space and placemaking, and as part of those elements of the project, we definitely have a big commitment to public art. If you saw, I don't know if any of you've seen Hudson Yards. And I showed you a picture, small picture. You've seen the vessel, public art, major commitment to public art. Thomas Heatherwick was the sculptor of it, architect of it.
See it from the other side too.
Yes, that's just indicative of the type of thing that we do. In addition, Hudson Yards incorporated a public performance center called The Shed, which is adjacent to the vessel, a performance facility for 1,500 people, again, dedicated to public performance, which also enhances the entire placemaking aspects of the project. And we'll be doing many of the same things.
Yeah, I've been on the High Line, and I like the art there, but that's New York. They demand the art.
Right.
This is Santa Clara. We have a very, very low bar. So,
We request.
that's unfortunate.
We're
But
going to try to help you raise that.
okay, very good. So my last question is, I just want to gauge your commitment to protecting birds in the design of these buildings. You know, what kinds of instructions have you given your architects to watch out for the hazards that kill a lot of birds?
Yes, it's, we agree, it's very important. The mitigation, all the mitigation measures that are required of the project have been provided to the architects. We've had work sessions specifically with them about that issue. And, excuse me, and they are actively adopting those measures as part of the building designs.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Jane. Next up, we have Commissioner Biagini.
This will be shorter than expected since my colleagues have asked some of the questions already that I had on my list, so it might be more of a comment, a couple of them. One, to further along with Commissioner Jane, there's kind of a divided opinion that I hold about parking. One is, if you build it, they'll come with a car. If you don't, they'll find another way. That said, though, with Levi Stadium, so, across the street, and knowing the problems in the north side of Santa Clara already with the overflow, I don't know if this agreement that you have in the planning stages of some sort to do some shared parking is either going to alleviate what the north side issues are and create a residential serviced apartment problem, but it's a concern. So I think you've looked at it, I think you've explained what you have to explain, but know that that's a concern, okay? Second thing, can you go back to the wide, nice-looking sidewalk,
Centennial,
pedestrian-friendly place?
which won't be in phase 1.
Yeah, it's phase 2, I know it's phase 2. There you go. All right, I'm looking at that, and then I'm looking at the MCP Exhibit 3.9, the street network. I'm a little confused. I think I know the answer, but could you clarify it for me? If this is in fact the scene once you cross over Stars and Stripes, that's not a through street? Because it doesn't look like it on 3-9 street network.
There will be cars through that portion. But it also
Do you know what I'm
is
talking
meant-
about? It's,
Well, I think so.
it's going to go all the way through, Rena? Because it doesn't look like that on the 3.9.
Does it go underneath?
No, it's all at the surface.
Looks like there's these little buildings, kind of.
No, I think what you're maybe
The
seeing are some
boulevards, the
adjacencies
signal.
of buildings that are in plazas that will spill
Yeah.
out to the very edges of those streets
Okay.
in some locations.
That's why I wanted clarification, because it didn't look quite right. So it'll still
Correct.
cut through what
Correct.
looks like all these little
I mean,
buildings.
and this isn't different for DAP 1 than DAP 2. When we talk about DAP 2,
Yeah.
there is some circulation well,
Okay, it'll
there's
be more clear
the
then.
depiction, the language of the MCP
Mm-hmm.
states, really a certain feel and accomplishment of the feel, and that being the standard. I think when you're looking at the street network diagram, yes, there's no vehicular circulation that's shown in that section
You're
for
right.
DAP 2 and further.
I have to, with due diligence, point out what looks like inconsistencies to get the clarification, so thank you. But related to that question, interesting way of putting
No
it,
pun
related to that question. And again, I realize I'm probably talking about some Phase 2 stuff, and we're really looking at Phase 1, but it looks as if Phase 2 of this lovely scene is significantly more narrow in the Phase 1 section of Centennial, and I'm wondering why that is. Because that doesn't seem to work too well for me for pedestrians, so help me out with that.
Yeah, I would have to sit with
Your
our
folks?
engineers and really take a careful study of it, because again, I don't want to give you the wrong answer.
That's fair.
I'll wait
Andrew,
just a little
please
bit if I
help me
may.
out. Thank
Yeah, on that too. And the DAP Phase 1 is the section immediate adjacent to Tasman. So there was a lot of analysis around traffic movement, and there is a need to bring people in off of Tasman into the project, so you have a little bit more roadway capacity in that section. People would enter into the site. That's where you access the parking structure. So it's really just it's a practical need. All this was analyzed through our traffic engineers and the ability to keep Tasman moving along as it needs to. And then really as you
So where are you
progress
gonna
into
park?
the site, I think by design and intent, it transitions into this more pedestrian-focused environment. So that's what you see here more in this rendering. But there is, there's a balancing going on. We still live in a world where a lot of people will arrive by car. to the site. And as you mentioned too, the bill that will come, sort of, that's part of that balancing act. There's some, as described in the report, there are some reductions in overall parking ratios and things that are, and a lot of measures that are being done to encourage the alternate ways of accessing the site, but there's still, practically speaking, some need for road access into this project as well, and that's what you're seeing in that sort of main entry point for vehicles into the project.
Good description, Andrew. Thank you. I would also just add to that, and one of the key planning components of the project is the parking facilities are peripheral. And so you can see the parking. Now,
Use your
these are
pointer
all
thing.
later phases. Oh, that's right, I'm sorry. So you have parking facility along Tasman that we've talked about as part of phase one. As you'll see in DAP 2, parking facilities are located in this zone.
Okay.
Okay? What that does is two things. One, it allows this entire area, some 50 acres, to be fundamentally auto-free. Now, there are streets that go through it, but what it does is it creates the opportunities for these very significant public plazas that will be in between buildings. And you'll see that as we present phase two to you. And it also, what Andrew was, I think, getting at was the strategy for parking is that traffic will enter some key locations and immediately move to the parking facilities. And then it's a walking, you park here, and then you walk through the entire environment, or you park here and you walk through. That's a key.
That's the idea.
That's the idea.
Yeah, I would have thought, and maybe it doesn't work out or doesn't pencil out right between the Gateway office and the business hotel, that access is access and you would have the same wide boulevard, but I'm not going to belabor that point. I understand that the expectation is you turn in, you make a right, and there's your parking garages. Let's see. Okay, again, I'm talking a little bit about phase two, but there's a relationship to phase one. I can't speak for all of my colleagues, but I think it's safe to say that we are not in the least bit enamored of flat, plain glass boxes. The kind of iconic architecture that we're talking about, even though art, like at times, architecture can be a subjective thing. When I look at your global food market, you want to go to that screen if it's not a big, I don't think it's too much further on. I look at something like that and think, wow, that is what I would say is an iconic modern architecture. Are we looking at something that's, I know it's conceptual, I get it's Foster and Partners, but are we looking at, this isn't just somebody's dream, this is actually what it will essentially look like in phase two, the global market?
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations for picking something that I do think could be iconic and a standout. I just wish, but again, I'm not going to belabor it because I think you heard from Commissioner Salem, that the phase one was a little less embellished glass box. So as you can understand that we have quite a bit of concern up here about not having public input to architecture, but so that you know, that's a lot of it, is the glass box concept that doesn't stand out and make a statement about Santa Clara being the center of what's possible. Let's see, was there another question? Public art, I'll just cut to the chase. I look forward to you incorporating a lot of that into, I'm assuming, phase two. That's just as important as iconic architecture, and it doesn't have to be elaborate. So thank you, and thank you for your time tonight.
Okay. I got a couple questions here before we go on our second round over here. My first question is on methane issues. Now, can you maybe elaborate a little more on how that's going to work? Because I worked at a hotel that's kind of right around the corner from there when I was in school, called the Aloft, and we had methane alarms that went off probably about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, and sometimes we would have to evacuate the hotel. What are the procedures you're going to have in this location?
Well, first of all, the hotel that we're talking about in Phase 1 is not on the landfill. It's on terra firma, okay?
Okay.
So discussions about landfill and, excuse me, and methane probably should really be focused once we get to Phase 2.
Okay.
I mean, I'm happy to talk about it in general if you'd like, but, you know, all of that was, again, reviewed very, very extensively by a multitude of agencies, from the state to the county, and as well as the city's participation. And we think we've developed for those buildings that will be part of future phases on the landfill protocols that are very appropriate to dealing with alarm-type issues.
Okay. All right. Are you familiar with the San Antonio Village in Mountain View development?
In general, yeah.
So, because I'm kind of curious if that's what you guys are trying to replicate in a way, that kind of village style where you're going to have at least 4 levels of parking below, and then you're going to have probably at least 6 levels of building above ground. Is that?
No, that's, again, I think you're referring to potentially what we would do on Phase 2 or Phase 3.
Okay.
In Phase 1, okay, it's a below-grade parking garage that will come up to what is now fundamentally the grade of Tasman. So at street level, for all intents and purposes, along Centennial, Stars and Stripes, Avenue A, there will be no visible parking.
Okay.
When you move in, and you'll see it as we bring things forward, our basic approach to parking is the residential, by regulation, cannot be placed on street level. It has to be at least 1 level above. Now, you can put it above retail, or you can put it above parking. And we'll probably do a combination of both. But what you depicted as 4 levels of parking and 6 is not the formula that we would use. That's
Okay.
not the direction we'll be going.
So in respect to that, I've seen the parking garages that we have there at that location that they are already starting to have issues with flooding, with cracks in the walls, water coming through the walls. And this is becoming very often, especially during the rainy season. Is that something that, especially in Phase 1, considering it's going to be, is that something that we're going to be concerned about too with settling?
I really have no idea what you might be talking about with the public garage. I mean, obviously, we're not involved. City staff might comment on that.
Okay.
Our garage in the Phase 1 will be completely waterproofed. I mean, we're going to own this facility for a very long time.
Okay.
We're very high-quality operators, so we'll want to make sure that that garage is totally waterproof.
Okay. Water quality and delivery. Are any issues with that?
No, I mean, the city is committed to serve the project fully with potable as well as non-potable reclaimed water. We're looking forward to that. We want to, again, this becomes a sustainability issue, but we want to utilize as much reclaimed water as we can. We're in discussions with the city about technically exactly what that means. But we're certainly, I think, jointly heading in the same direction to utilize as much reclaim for irrigation purposes and other purposes as possible. But there's no issues with water. There is, and again, this gets to later phases where we are engaged with landfill. but we have to get the approval of the State Department of Drinking Water for distribution of potable water on the landfill. They've already provided us with a roadmap to grant us a waiver, and that's well in process.
Chair Becker, if I may make a comment as well, the issues of flooding, methane abatement, dealing with the construction on top of landfill, water supply, all of these are discussed fairly extensively in the EIR. There's various technical studies. There's a lot of references to the regulations that are in place. These are all very regulated things. Specific to flooding, this portion of the site is in what's called Flood Zone X, which is the least restrictive, least concern in terms of flood zones. It's a 500-year flood or more, meaning that a flood is only expected at the most frequent every 500 years for that zone. So it's like the least restrictive zone that we have. But there are portions, even if it were in the floodplain, we through the building permit process, through all that, those things are looked at and addressed in as part of that process. I just want to, if we could maybe with it, when we come back with DAP Phase 2, if you want to look into it more, just direct your attention to the EIR where there are some studies about these things that are provided.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, continuing of what Commissioner Biagini was saying, Commissioner Salame, is that I do agree, Phase 1, it does look like glass boxes, and Santa Clara deserves a lot better, especially with a $6 billion project like this. So we will now move on to Commissioner Chair Kuru.
I think we've belabored this a lot. Gensler knows Tasman really well. They worked on a project that I'm very familiar with. And I'll just give this as a progressive thought. Cisco in the 90s built the berm right along Guadalupe, which means all that water is now going to come on the other side. So it's not just the little channel, it's more the outfall from the main Guadalupe Parkway. So I know city staff has looked into that. And there is a high water table here, as you probably know, but also Gensler can advise, since that's, when you put underground parking, that's going to be one of the biggest challenges. That said, I do think, based on, again, the entry to Centennial is not really saying this is city place or now related. It's not calling out attention. You've just made it another street. I know you're going to open up in Phase 2 into a more, but it would be just nice, as per your plan in the MCP, that you have at least landscaped edges along the actual street entrance, and maybe consider it as part of your branding public art, but to make it a green entryway so that you actually can, expand out a little. So just giving a little more insight into that. I do have a question for city staff, though. I don't know how much of this, and this is of course long-term, how much of school impact have we considered from the volume of residences that's being proposed here? Is that something that we've actually worked with school district? Do we know that that's an impact into our schools? And I know it's very futuristic, but I have kids, I have to think about it.
Yeah. Well, Chair Becker, again, would reference the EIR that does look at, well, the initial project entitlements look at student generation, and they're referred to the school district. So, I mean, they're very aware of the project. The project is subject to school impact fees and would, contribute to the school district in that way. The school district hasn't, specific to this project, expressed concern about student generation, but it is something that we continue to have discussions with them in general about development in this part of the city. So we're tracking it, but it's not really been an issue specific to this project.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Again,
Sure. Could I just elaborate slightly on that? As part of the approval process, the school impact fee matter
Means nothing, believe me.
was greatly discussed. It was greatly discussed, and we agreed to to contribute approximately twice the statutory requirement of school impact fee for the housing units that we're building.
Thank you for that. And we genuinely hope, I know we haven't gotten much of a interface with the school district because they're also elected, but I've heard from many schools the actual impact is they never see the end of money at all. So
And-
the
and
fees
that
goes
point-
into one pot.
They made that point very strongly, and that's one of the reasons. The specific impact fee that they're entitled to doesn't cover the cost. That's in part why we agreed to fundamentally double that.
Thank you for that. Again, welcome to our city.
Commissioner Biagini?
Okay, again, at the risk of belaboring a point, I'm now going to belabor a point. In terms of what's facing Tasman, and I think you said it better than I did, Commissioner Cherukuru, I want to see something that invites me in to see the iconic architecture. I get you don't want to put the iconic architecture on the edge, but what I see right now, and I don't really have a clear picture of heights and massing to know if that works, but something that invites me in to see it's going to get better would be something I'd want to see on the phase facing Tasman. It can be as simple as landscape and not necessarily architecture. The other question I have, obviously it's not going to be in phase one. Is there a cinema or theater contemplated in the project?
Yes, we're actively talking to several cinema operators for phase two, be in phase two.
Okay. Thank you. And again, I concur. Thank you for coming to our city and for sharing with us what looks to be an exciting project.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Ikezi?
Thank you. I noticed in the staff report on page 3 that it says the buildings could be restricted by FAA height restrictions and regulations. Have you cleared all the issues with FAA?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not going to have a big surprise like Keeley people did?
No big
Okay,
surprise.
got it. Thank you. That's all.
Vice Chair Salim?
Okay, so I get to put in my personal pet project. Please increase your estimated EV charging capability to more than just what is required, because this is a forward-looking development. This is a development we expect to be there for dozens of years, and we're moving in that direction. And so far, it's been pulling teeth to get people to go beyond the minimum. And since you are in a subterranean parking situation, it's not like you can retrofit in substantial EV improvements. So, please do that. And this is something else, as a simple note, provide some EV charging at the ADA parking spaces. I personally had to deal with that at my previous employer, where I could either charge my car or I could park where I needed to, but I couldn't do both. Lastly, for Suds' benefit, make sure there's enough room for bicycles. Make sure there's enough room for EV bicycles, because this is another thing. Scooters are going to come eventually, even though we're kind of slowing that down. Just little things like that. Make the alternative transportation appealing and easy to manage, and then the reduced parking that you're already utilizing will be less of a strain and less of a concern for the community. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Salim. My last kind of couple questions I have for you are about the connections from Lafayette. I remember you showed us a map, kind of a aerial view, if you can go back to that one. I think that's the one.
The good one?
Yes, that's the one. So, sorry, there's the bridge furthest over towards, I'd say towards 237. Is that going to be a way for you to turn left into that area and then get on that bridge and then go into that new development and related?
Yes, there are a couple of different
ways to
access
get into
points.
there?
Yes, there are 2 bridges, and there's access to each of those bridges from Lafayette.
Excellent.
In addition, as Rena pointed out, Lick Mill currently ends at Tasman. as
At
you know.
Tasman, yeah.
And as part of the project, once development starts to occur in that area, Lick Mill will be extended through Tasman East and will then connect up. And then at the far northern end of the project, off of Lafayette, there will be another access point, another access road that winds just south of the detention pond, which also connects up to that portion of the facility. So you've really got 1, 2, 3, 4 points of access. And those 2 bridges will then connect across Lafayette directly into the city center.
Excellent. That's great. I mean, reducing, because right now, currently everybody trying to get onto Tasman in that area are using Calle de Mundo, and basically it's just a loop and it creates more and more traffic. So this
This
that's
should
good
help
to
that
know.
a lot.
That's good to know. We have that. My last thing is kind of staying on what Commissioner Salam was talking about is Uber and DoorDash have more locations for that, designated spots for that, mainly because I know people are trying to find locations, they can't get to the spot, and they get tickets, so on and so on, so.
Yeah. The importance of lay-bys and drop-off zones is really significant for a project like this. Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, all of those are important. Also, we are anticipating corporate shuttles that will operate within the project, and we're also anticipating operating our own internal shuttle within the project. All of those will need areas to pull over and drop off and pick up, and we are incorporating those into our street planning.
Okay, great. Perfect, thank you. Are there any more questions from the commission for I've drilled them enough? Okay.
Great. I
Thank you
appreciate
so much.
I really appreciate the opportunity to show you this, and we'll be back pretty soon with
Well,
phase
we're
2.
gonna go to public comment right now, and then you'll probably have a chance to rebuttal for a lot of the
I don't get
comments.
to leave now?
Nope, not yet. You don't get to,
All right.
you don't get to
Fair
leave
enough.
yet. Well, all right, so now I'm going to open it up for public comment. If anybody would like to speak, please line up right here. Good evening.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
I sat in here, listened to all the comments, everything else. I'm not here to challenge this project. I'm here as eyewitness for last 35 years, tell you all my experiences. From 1986 that we took over, I'm David Ibrahimi, the owner and operator of David Restaurant and banquet facility. We are out of David Restaurant and we are temporarily still in banquet facility. This project, whatever it's doing, I'm so glad, bringing a lot of opportunity to the city, and everybody's going to make more money. But my concern is, I've been in this chamber over maybe 100 times over the years. As far as I know about the project, it's always went before the planning commission, before it came before we went to council members. This project, since 5 or 6 years ago, 2016, is already approved. Now that bulldozers are there to clear the area, is coming before you for the comments. That I cannot understand how the policy of City of Santa Clara changed over the last few years for this project. Regardless of whatever you say, yay or nay, this project is going to happen. Everybody's wasting their time, and I'm just going to tell you why. Because there's so many issues as an eyewitness, whistleblower, I watch over the years since we started that project that many of them the city ignored. We mentioned to you with our attorney regarding the methane gas and traffic congestion. I've been watching this for last 30 years, especially for last 5 years, ever since Stadium came by. There hasn't been a time that people could easily come and go, even hardly come and go, including us as the owner of the property. Me and my staff had the worst time during any game day to come in there, conduct our business. This looks all beautiful on black and white. The reality is from Congressman Mike Hondo on his event on the game day could not come, and Democratic Party of over 150 people, they had to go different direction. So these are the facts that are in there. Regarding the methane gas that we mentioned to you, there is monitor there. There was a smaller one in the restaurant by the electrical room, still there, and we have a larger one with us in the facility.
Could
We
you wrap it up in
complained-
about a minute?
Yeah, we complained so many times that the city had to come and cut it because they got tired of us calling them, come and fix this. There's a lot of methane gas in there. So with one business there, you have to close all the public roads. Now that you're doing all these things, how are you going to answer to the traffic? That's behind my comparison. That's all I'm going to mention to you. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Next public speaker. Anybody else from the public like to comment on this? Seeing none, is there a motion to close the
Motion to
public hearing?
close public hearing.
Oh, sorry, rebuttal.
Optional. Would the applicant like to rebut?
Okay.
To close public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Ikezi, seconded by Commissioner Kelly, even though I think it was the reverse. But it was the reverse. So motion by Commissioner Kelly, seconded by Commissioner Ikezi. More technical. Go ahead and cast your votes.
Can we have 5 minutes?
And this passes unanimously. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, folks. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
I already took my 5 minutes. Poor Yuki.
They've already had all the discussion.
How are you doing? Good. Feeling better?
We get started probably in about a minute here.
Congratulations.
I got it.
So is it like a 1 or 2 bedroom?
Four-bedroom house.
Holy.
It's actually right across from where I was living. So like I was on the corner of Homestead.
The cut and paste is very dangerous.
Oh, per bedroom. That's what I was like, there's no way. Okay, so I was thinking, for the whole house, boy, did you suck it up. Or what did you do to get it? I don't know.
I moved into basically right down the street.
Okay, I think we need to come back.
Yeah.
I just got another shot of hyaluronic acid in it. So they do a series of 3. No, that's kind of like your natural lubricants.
All right. We're going to get started.
Active stuff.
You all ready? Okay. So now after we moved on from the public hearing, from the public comments, we'll now move on to discussion. Any motions?
Mr. Chair, before you start, Commissioner Salam asked me during the break to explain what is the procedural posture you're in here tonight, and why are you looking at this when the City Council already looked at this project. So just briefly, what's before you tonight is a development area plan. That's sort of the drilling down level of the larger project, which is a PDMC rezoning. That's where we have an enormous project. Here it's basically the size of the city of Campbell. And so we need a master zoning for an entire region. That's called Plan Development Master Community. Our zoning ordinance provides for this special kind of zoning, and it's pretty rare because you need a huge amount of land for it generally. The last time we did it was the Rivermark development, which was actually before my time, and I've been here 11 years. But the city approved this project in 2016. What they approved was that zoning, the PDMC rezoning, and along with it a master community plan which sets forth many of the standards that will apply to this development on a broad scale, maybe the 10,000 feet level. PDMC zoning also requires a more close-in look at what the project standards are going to be for multiple phases of development. So what you have before you tonight is that drilling down that first phase of development, which is called a development area plan, a DAP. So yeah, the overall project has been approved, but the individual phases have not. So what's before you tonight is to make a determination as to whether or not this development area plan is consistent with what's already been approved, which is the master community plan and the zoning. So tonight there are two items before you we're asking for your input on. One is whether or not this addendum to the certified EIR is accurate and legally sufficient, and two, whether or not the DAP is consistent with the master community plan. Sir.
Thank you, City Attorney.
I
Okay.
have a motion.
We have a motion. Well, first off, let's take a look here and see if we have any comments or questions. Nobody chimed in?
Yeah, no, it's not.
Yeah, everything went away.
The ability to write request to speak is not here.
All right, let's do the old school way until we can figure that out. You have little lights on the side. So the first person we have up is Commissioner Arquette.
Thank you, Chair. When I read the staff report, I prepared a statement. After the public hearing, I still like to give the statement. I understand that one of the things that we're asked to do today, the Planning Commission, is to decide whether or not to recommend to the City Council on the resolution that the DAP being proposed today complies with the MCP, the Master Community Plan that was approved in 2016. But there is a significant deviation in this DAP deviates significantly from the MCP that was approved, in my opinion. And so I would like to talk about that right now. And that's about parking. Applicant is requesting to reduce parking. Parking requirements in the master community plan was set based on the city's parking requirements in 2016. Applicant says the parking standard has changed since then and wants to put in fewer spaces. This is clearly delineated in the staff report. If the city were to agree to this, this will bring tremendous benefit to the applicant. I've heard that the type of parking structure being proposed for this project typically costs around $50,000 per space. I think Commissioner Jane talked about this already. In my calculation, that's a $60 million savings right off the bat. and which is a very significant ask. And the benefit to the applicant is not just this direct cost, but also the additional space that the applicant can now use for other things. Now, members of this commission are here to represent the interest of Santa Clara residents. And what are our residents most interested in right now and concerned about these days? It's traffic. Traffic is the issue that people worry about with every new project, and I think the applicant mentioned that as one of the feedback from the public meetings. Our neighbors, families, friends, and we ourselves deal with traffic every day. People who will live in this project will also have to deal with it every day, long after the builders are gone. When the related signed the development agreement with the city in 2016, the TDM standards were way, way lower than what is considered standard practice today. I guess it's 2% and 4%, which is way lower than what we've been discussing for many months. And if we are asked to apply a more up-to-date parking standard, should we not also be applying more up-to-date standard on transportation management as well, so that we can do more to mitigate traffic? The Planning Commission has already asked for a more aggressive TDM target for the neighboring Keeley project. I think, and the resolution we passed was that we want up to 30% traffic travel reduction. I think we need to do the same on the related project, and I would very much like to hear what my fellow commissioners feel about this issue. I think, there is a deviation from the MCP that was approved in 2016, and so I think this is a point, this is not a foregone conclusion that we have to live with the TDM that we approved in 2016. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Ikezi. I think a lot of us feel that way too. Next up, we have Commissioner Kelly.
Okay. Since I was here on the first go-around, basically, I understand there's going to be some changes, and what was presented to us originally was a concept or rough layout. I am disappointed. We've seen some of the housing numbers go down. I know at that time that it was approved, we wanted some more housing. I'm okay with what's being proposed here, but I would like to see, quite honestly, more housing, if possible, in later phases or in neighboring parcels as this whole area gets developed, because I just think it makes sense to put more housing when you're adding a tremendous number of jobs. As for the parking, I would like to see more comprehensive management system. Most specifically, I would love to see a shuttle program basically going down Bowers and Great America Parkway to where the jobs are, and eventually connecting in with BART. But I do understand that when you do a management agreement or development agreement, you're locking in things, so I wouldn't make it required, but I would love to hear that the developer would like to improve on their transportation management plan. Thank you.
Commissioner Jane.
Are we discussing the EIR or the DAP at this point? Or can I discuss both?
Well, there's no motion on the floor, so I think it's a general discussion at this time of either.
Okay. I was not happy with the original EIR, but that's what passed. The EIR addendum basically states that impacts are less than or equal to the previous impacts for all cases, which I find hard to believe since it's a 20% larger project. But that's what the consultants decided, and unfortunately, I have very little say in that matter. I think that the TDM reductions are pitiful and should be much higher. But again, we have to approve the consistency of the addendum with the previous EIR. Things did change, as Commissioner Ikeze had said, and I have mentioned earlier. The applicant is reducing parking to a huge benefit, $12 to $18 million to themselves. That will present a problem because Levi's is expecting to use some of this parking. And that I just don't see how they can say, oh, conditions have changed so we can reduce parking, but we know other conditions have changed and traffic is a huge problem. The affordable housing, I was disappointed that it was pushed to phase 2, simply because we have a desperate need for affordable housing and we need that now rather than delay it. But I'm hearing that phase 2 will come online about the same time as phase 1. So if that happens, there's no impact. But if it doesn't happen, then we have lost a year or two of more affordable housing, which we desperately need. I am extremely disappointed that that the public has very little input into the architecture of this project, and I'm also disappointed that the retail was reduced in this DAP. So unfortunately, you know, most things are already baked in, so I'm just expressing my disappointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jane. Asking a question from staff from what Commissioner Jane was talking about. What was the affordable housing percentage they had in phase 2, was it?
10%.
10%? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cherukuru.
I think we've said it outright, and I'm sure everybody in the audience, including the one member of the public, came to show this should not be the norm, I hope, where majority of the actual input in a democratic process is taken out. It is one of the flagships of our land use approvals, our planning processes, our democratic process, where public can come and give their feedback. And that was completely sidelined in this effort, way before my time. But just, you can sense that is what this project has been, and we hope that that's not the norm in the future. That said, with the anticipated BART and with the anticipated, of course, the upgrades to the transit center station there, I'm comfortable with the parking reductions. However, like our colleagues have indicated, it would be good if the client, the land owner at this time, comes up with a better TDM policy. New York has some of the best. If they can do it in New York, I think we can do it here as well. So I would suggest making, you know, we can only at this time plead, I guess, for TDM measures to be higher. And so I'm comfortable, and I am genuinely excited about this project. The affordable housing component, I hope 156 out of the 1560 is a very measly, knowing our need here in the Valley. I'm sure New York resonates, but the housing prices in San Francisco and Silicon Valley have surpassed. So our housing, affordable housing, while it's at 10%, the dire need is there for more. So I'm going to say that I'm looking forward to at least the full 156 coming in phase 2. Hopefully that at least relieves some immediate need. With that, I'll just say, whatever the motion, I'll be happy to review and approve the project.
Thank you, Commissioner Cherukuru. I would like to add some of the same things that Commissioner Cherukuru was saying. To me, the EIR is a little concerning, the lack of the traffic TDM, because traffic has increased since then. It's taken me 30 minutes to go from, I think it's Patrick Henry, all the way to Lick Mill, and that's terrible, and it needs a change. I do like the fact, though, that they are putting new measures into getting people off of Lafayette into the areas, keeping that flow of traffic moving. That's a positive in this. But at the same time, I'm really scared about the affordable housing. It's only 10%. Recently, I tried to find a place, and it was a miracle for me to even find a room to rent. And I hear often around here that it's even harder and harder for people to have a place to live. And affordable housing, I think, is key. I think also with the lack of democratic process, it's very concerning to me. I've gotten this from a lot of community members saying, basically, your hands are tied. And I go, yeah, basically, our hands are tied. We just gotta be there. And that's the way it is. That's the way the cookie crumbles. And I also feel that I think it's just we're going to be repeating history in the same situation of that's another situation of flood zones and putting poor people in those areas. And I've seen that too often. So moving on, I think Commissioner Biagini. And lastly, I'm sorry to David's Restaurant and the way our city has treated you. Commissioner Biagini.
I would echo some of the same concerns that Commissioner Jane and Commissioner Cherakuru, and specifically the issue of traffic and parking, even more so the issue of affordable housing. I know that can come up again. I would most definitely like to see some improvements in that area. I hope you're taking notes there. And that said, our role tonight is to ensure that the DAP is consistent with the MCP, so our hands are a bit tied. That includes on the issue of democratically looking at architecture, but I think you have the right idea with the global food market. That said, I would make a motion to recommend to the City Council that the DAP is consistent with the MCP, and staff recommendations that I think basically echo the same thing. Adopt the EIR addendum for Phase 1 DAP and approve the Phase 1 DAP application subject to conditions.
City Attorney.
Thank you
I
for
see that face.
those two ideas. I'm sorry to trouble you, but would you mind just making a motion on the environmental document and coming back to the
Two
DAP?
separate issues.
Separate
Yes.
them out?
Yes.
Okay, then let me withdraw that motion, make a different one. You want me to just do 1 and 2 separately, and that has the same weight as saying the DAP is consistent with the MCP? Is that what you're telling me?
Wait on the DAP. Just make a motion on the
Okay, first motion
environmental
to adopt
document.
the EIR addendum for Phase 1 DAP.
And that's a recommendation to the City Council.
Recommend to the City Council to adopt the EIR addendum for Phase 1 DAP.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Biagini, a second by Commissioner Cherakuru.
Oh, now it.
Go and cast your votes.
And then I have a second.
And that passes 6-1.
Okay, then the second motion would be recommend to the City Council to approve the Phase 1 DAP application, subject to conditions. Does that cover it,
Yes.
Attorney, that in fact I'm saying the DAP is consistent with the MCP?
Yes.
Okay, then that's my motion.
Okay. For item 2, we have a motion by Commissioner Biagini. Is there a second?
I would like to make some recommendations to council on top of that.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, so some conditions that I would like to put on this recommendation. The first is that the city council recommend that there be a public input process when the final drawings or the semi-final drawings are drafted, so that there could be some public input into the look and feel of the buildings, that there be some public meetings on that. The second that I would recommend that the city council do is to, in lieu of relaxing the parking standards substantially, going from one parking spot to a half a parking spot for a hotel, that the city increase the TDM targets because they want to have fewer cars coming to this project.
I would include that in my motion if that, okay?
Okay.
It's all part of the same motion.
If that's okay, city attorney?
Or
Yeah.
did I just confuse it?
No, you can include that as part of your motion. I have some concerns, though.
Okay?
Well, so we are bound by a development agreement and a DDA. Certain aspects of this project are considered vested elements that the developer has a right to. One of them is the existing conditions of approval. We cannot modify the existing conditions of approval without the consent of the developer. You can impose new conditions of approval if it's in order to assure consistency of the DAP and MCP, but you cannot modify an existing condition. One of the existing conditions is that each of the mitigation measures in the EIR are conditions of approval and must be followed by the developer. Mitigation measure TRA 1.1 is the TDM plan with the specific percentages of TDM reductions that must be achieved, or rather must be attempted. We can't change those percentages without the consent of the developer. Now, as for parking, the city council can approve the 25% reduction in parking. It does not have to. But with respect to TDM, there's simply no flexibility unless the developer voluntarily gives more. The catch there is there was extensive analysis done at the time of the EIR by numerous traffic consultants as to actually how much TDM was going to be feasible when the project is right on a rail line, because most of the VMT reduction is sort of baked in by virtue of the fact that you're right at the train station. So it was, the city staff, our environmental consultant, the developer, all worked hard to figure out how to get that number as low as possible. But I suspect if you ask the developer to reduce that, to bring that number up any, you're going to get some resistance from them. You can certainly ask. I'm not stopping you, but you cannot require it.
So I was going
It's a
to ask for
recommendation.
that, ask the developer if there's any interest, because I've heard the applicant mention several times that there's going to be a corporate shuttle running through this property. So that's in addition to what I had heard in 2016. So it seems like the applicant is already thinking about more ways to reduce traffic.
Commissioner Kelly, we can't hear you.
So let's recommend it and not require it, basically is what you're saying?
You can ask the city council to negotiate with the developer, but neither you nor the city council can require the developer to
Okay.
increase their
So-
VMT percentages.
So let's make a request to council that they negotiate, since we're reducing parking, to get something, preferably an improvement to the TDM.
Is there an opportunity for the applicant to
Yes.
say something now about these concerns?
Can the applicant please come up?
I think it's pretty clear what the concerns are, so let's hear it from your
Lowers it down.
perspective.
Comment on parking, and I'll comment on the TDM measures. Is that basically? Excuse me. Our request to reduce the parking in Phase 1 is pretty well thought out and pretty well documented. And in part, what the effect that has, in our view, is to reduce traffic. Because if you don't, and I think Commissioner Biagini hit on
You
this.
don't build it, they won't come. Yeah, I
If you
hear
add parking, the supply is going to be filled. And so in part, in our minds, and I think that the traffic engineers would second this, that reducing parking in general will reduce traffic. Not necessarily directly, but you can hit too much of a reduction that then creates another issue, which is people circling around trying to find. And so it is hitting a happy medium, and we feel that we've done that in the analysis that we've done, and we've put it forth in good faith, and it's been analyzed, I think, very carefully by the city, their consultants, our consultants. There's been a lot of debate and deliberation on this particular topic over the past 3 or 4 months by some pretty experienced experts. And so I think the staff agrees that it is appropriate to reduce it. We certainly feel it's the right move. On the TDM side, you know, and again, at the time, those TDM measures were looked at very, very carefully from a number of different perspectives. And we are certainly happy to engage in more detailed analysis, more interaction with the city as to how to improve, you know, the TDM measures. But what we negotiated in that agreement is really vital and critical to the project. It's been underwritten on that basis. And so I can't just say, yeah, sure, we'll do that. But you do have my commitment that we will, in good faith, try to do everything we can. It's in our best interest to do that as well as the cities. And I think, you know, I think the reality is we've worked, you know, as I said, this is coming up on 9 years for me. I think we've worked really pretty well with the city and the city staff to get where we are, and we're not going to go away. So,
I have a couple questions, I think, from Commissioner Jane and then Ikezi.
is that for me or?
For you.
For you. First Commissioner Jane, then Ikezi.
So VTA standard for years has been 1 bicycle parking spot per 3 units. And there is no bicycle parking in any of your residential units, which in my mind doesn't seem to be a very logical thing to be doing if you're trying to reduce traffic and encourage, you have all these bike lanes, and to encourage people to bike if they have no safe place to store their bikes.
I don't know what you're referring to by saying there's no parking for residential.
If I look at the TDM plan, it's broken out into office and residential. And under office, it talks about bike parking. Under residential, it does not mention bike parking at all.
I'm not,
It's,
I have to go back.
yeah,
into memory
it's very
to,
detailed, yeah.
Great. I'm sure the staff can pull that up. But as a practical matter, we are huge believers, huge, in the importance of satisfying the bike community. It's growing, rightfully so. It's becoming much more important. And so throughout our entire planning, in fact, we just hired a specialized consultant firm, and I can't recall the name, and maybe one of my colleagues can. It's a very prominent Bay Area firm called Bikes Make Life Better. You may know them. They work in many of the communities around the Bay Area, and we just hired them to do a complete, thorough assessment of all of the bike needs that we should be meeting, so that we can plan those facilities into. That will include bike parking, bike repair, bike storage, change rooms, shower rooms, et cetera, all of that associated. So I can't tell you exactly what we're going to do today, Commissioner, but I can tell you we are on it. And if you'd like to come and attend some of our planning sessions, you'd be more than welcome.
I might just take you up on that.
I'd just like to note that condition G1 in your DAP conditions does provide that the developer will have to submit plans for bicycle facilities and amenities as part of the architectural process. So his architectural plans will have to include more details on bicycle facilities and amenities.
But Table 8 does not.
Understood.
Commissioner Ikezi, you had a comment?
So, you're coming back for Phase 2 DAP in a few weeks, you said? And you are, I think Phase 2 is going to require, it's going to involve a lot more TDM measures. So would you be able to include some of the measures that you plan to implement in Phase 2 when you come in front of us? In fact, it would be even better if you can provide that information in advance so that we can study it as part of the package.
Sure. Well, I'd be happy to talk more about TDM. The reality is that the majority of the TDM measures are really focused on office. And Phase 2 adds just another small increment of office. The great majority of our office component of the project will be in later phases, just so you understand the landscape.
But most of your residential is going to be part of Phase 2?
Not most, but in Phase 2, as you'll see coming soon, we have an additional approximately 500 units of residential in Phase 2. 200 in this current phase, 500 in the next. That leaves you, excuse me, that would leave you with roughly 968 in Phase 3.
Okay, all right. But I would very much like to hear about.
Sure, happy to do that.
Okay, so we jumped to the motions, but I had a bunch of other questions. So, I mean, I was ready for more discussion, so.
There is a motion on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor.
Okay, so I have a lot of other questions, so if the chair would indulge me?
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
if you can keep
Thank
it
you.
within.
Are these for me, Commissioner, or just in general?
Most of it is for staff, actually.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right.
Okay, there is still a motion on the floor.
There's still a motion on the
Do we
floor.
need to
Right.
take an action or can continue discussion?
Well, I think once we take an action, it's over,
Yeah,
and.
it's your choice. If you, I mean, the motion's on the floor.
Well,
it can
but
be
we haven't
voted
had the
on.
discussion
Yeah,
on
so
the
let's
motion yet.
have the discussion. Let's get it out of the way. And then Commissioner Biagini is talking about adjusting the motion. So let's go to Commissioner Ikezi. Let's get the comments out of the way, and let's try to keep our comments to a minimum and related to the motion and related to the issues that are at hand right now.
Well, how many motions are we going to have today? We approved the EIR, we have this, and then we're
No.
done.
The EIR is done.
We
Now
are
this is the.
done. This is the second motion. Is there
Second motion.
anything else?
Only two motions.
Then I think we should make, I like to ask the questions before
Yes.
I vote on my,
for it.
vote on the motion. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, so I have a question about the transit center parcel. I saw that on the map. The assistant city manager just talked about it a little bit at the previous meeting. Can I get more update on what's supposed to happen to that transit center parcel?
As far as I'm aware, the development agreement calls out that the applicant's going to pay money towards a study, but they're not obligated to construct anything or be responsible for a substantial portion of that upgrade. That's a regional facility and is looking at multiple developments, including our specific plan areas to contribute.
Okay, so
Not the
that's-
obligation
that's-
of this project.
That's what the assistant city
Okay.
manager said. Okay. So this is completely delinked from the.
Exactly.
Okay, the related project. Okay, page 3 of the staff report says that the, I already asked this question. It was the FAA. Let's see, the residential portion was deemed by the County Airport Land Use Commission to be inconsistent with the comprehensive land use plan of San Jose Airport. Has that been resolved?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Then my next question was TDM, which already discussed. The next question is, okay, so there has already been a pre-project construction to date, and there were some descriptions, but I didn't, it says construction of permanent exit ramp, permanent improvements to the transit center, a temporary roadway from the transit center through the closed landfill. Can I see what those are on the map, the project map?
our Public Works staff address that.
Good evening, Commission. Allie Jackman with the Public Works Department. So for those works that are currently under construction, oops, wrong button. Here we go. So the slip ramp is right here next to the youth soccer park and adjacent to Tasman. It takes eastbound traffic, vehicular traffic off of Tasman down to Stars and Stripes. There is also a bike path and pedestrian access on that slip ramp that's ADA accessible. From that access point, from the slip ramp, you can go north into the transit center, and that's this roundabout area. It's an increased bus transit station, and that's what's being built currently. And then from there, which is not shown on this because it's a temporary road, is gonna move north from the transit center all the way through the project site and then exit onto GAP in this vicinity. So that is the early access package work, and that's slated to be completed in March.
Okay, and so that's going to be also the access into the transit center? Is that going to go into the transit center
The
as well?
slip ramp gets you down to the transit center and then.
Current one or the new one?
The new one.
The new one.
Yes, the expanded bus transit center, I should say.
Okay.
For the VTA that the developer is building currently.
Okay, so what's going to happen is, in this, where's the current transit center?
The current transit center is in the same vicinity, give or take. It's mostly down below Tasman here.
Right.
And that's where the buses and shuttles stop. There's a few shuttles that stop just to the north. You'll note that Stars and Stripes runs from north of Tasman and kind of curves around to Centennial and back out.
Okay. Where's the parking lot that Commissioner Jane was talking about? The transit center parking lot?
The agreement that the city has with the VTA for parking is currently located south of Stars and Stripes. There's, I think,
Right.
about, I actually don't want to say the number of spaces, but there's quite a few spaces down below south of the transit center.
Okay.
I think that what Commissioner Jane was talking about were the two yellow lots here, 2 and 3, that some people do park in currently, and that will not continue.
Okay. So Commissioner James already spoke about the concerns about lack of parking there, and that new transit center is a tiny slip of land. So where are people supposed to park? You know, people who want to drive from other parts of the city and hop on the bus or hop on the train, because that's a train to go to Sacramento.
So if they're going to hop on a bus, hopefully they'll hop on a bus somewhere else and make their way to the transit center.
Right.
And then continue on.
Right.
Let's see. But again, the parking for the train station that's dedicated for VTA and Amtrak is again south of the transit center.
Okay, so it's not going to get any bigger.
No.
So that same parking space is what people will have to use if they want to hop on the bus. If they want to take advantage of the new bus transit center, then the parking space, it's the same parking space for the AC train and the bus?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And people who use the public transportation are not going to have access to all the parking structures that Related is going to be building in the City Place project.
I would defer to the developer to answer that question.
Okay, I'd like to understand. Thank you.
So, Commissioner, let me make sure I understand your question. I think you're asking people who use public transit?
Right, because there's going to be a new bus terminal. Where are they gonna, if I want to take a bus, go to that bus terminal and take a bus, where do I park my car?
I'm not sure what you're referring to by a new bus terminal. What the existing platform is going to remain. And we're improving the road area and the parking area for shuttle buses adjacent to it. Those are the improvements that Ally walked you through a few minutes ago. Someday, there may be a multimodal transit station there in some vicinity. Nobody knows. It hasn't even been, planning hasn't even started.
Okay,
And
that's
so-
the piece of land that's the transit center parcel that's next to your project, right? Am I getting that right?
That's correct, yeah.
The area, the platform area for the existing station runs fundamentally under the Lafayette Bridge. And that's going to remain in its current condition. We're going to add some benches and some trash receptacles and some lighting. We're also going to expand the roadway so that there's some additional bus parking. And we're going to extend the roadway further north, and in phase 2, create a connection, pedestrian connection and bike connection into and through the project. That's what we're,
Right.
that's what we're doing.
That's what you're doing.
That's what we're doing.
But the VTA has access to a piece of land called the Transit Center Parcel, which is adjacent to your project. And what I keep hearing is that the VTA may someday develop that into a bus terminal. But I'm asking, you know, it's this tiny piece of land, where are people going to park?
I can't answer that, Commissioner.
It's so far in the future, it would be just too difficult to speculate
Okay,
for something
okay,
like
sure,
that.
but I mean, you know, traffic is already a concern.
And that typically is a responsibility of VTA, just like how they do for their other facilities. They provide either parking lots or parking structures
Okay.
for community, and that will be considered at that time when that parcel, if and when it gets developed for that purpose.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, that this is delinked from the project, and there's no solid plan yet, it's way into the future, but that to me is a concern, because this project is going to generate a massive traffic, and we don't have a really solid plan for improving the public transportation in this area. And
But again, all of that was considered in the EIR as part of the development agreement and as part of the entitlement. So that issue really isn't appropriate to be revisited at this time. It's perhaps your opinion about the matter, but it's not subject.
I beg to differ there, because I remember being told in 2016 that we're going to hear more about this transit and the bus terminal and the public transportation as the City Place project develops more. And it's been 4 years, and nothing's happening with the public transportation. So I am concerned.
And this project is just starting. That's the whole point, is it's part of that facility in the future would be a regional, basically a regional facility with many participants as part of that funding. But again, it's not even a conception at this point. It's just it's something that's considered in the future, but it has to be developed, and there has to be funding and appropriated and fair share contributions considered. There's a lot of planning involved in that.
Okay.
I also just wanted to tear off Ms. Sciarra's response that the parking that's occurring currently is not under any sort of agreement. And so the fact that we're redeveloping a property that's currently not under agreement for really the current use of parking, that's sort of outside our scope of what we're reviewing or being asked to review. And it's probably not something that's really appropriate for us to be considering in the context of the redevelopment of the site.
You know, I hear this, but, you know, I'm here as a representative of the resident of the city. And, you know, we piecemeal this development into, okay, this is a section, and the transportation is outside of the scope of this project. And then we talk about the next phase. Again, transportation is outside of the scope of this project. And I think the residents of the city are going to lose out. I hear what you're saying, that, you know, we need to stick to the agenda, and that what we're being asked is to review the issues of being agendized. But as a resident of the city, I am concerned. Okay, so I'd like to move on to the next question. Let's see now. Okay. I keep hearing that the council may approve 25% parking reduction for DAP submittal beyond the first phase. Can you tell me what that's about? Is that part of, we're changing the parking standard, or is this something that's at the council's discretion, or?
Yes, it is. And again, it's because this is a multi-phased over multiple years. If market conditions change and there's more demand for a particular type of land use, or it makes more sense to aggregate certain land uses together, that parking demand could change. And that's why those allowances were built into this plan, in the development agreement, and in the conditions of approval.
Oh, okay, so this is part of the development
Yes.
agreement. Okay, I understand. Okay, let's see now.
Commissioner Cherukuri, did you have a comment on this?
Yeah, I mean, I understand where Commissioner Ikezi is coming from. From a city planning standpoint, this is one of the last city-owned parcels, but we haven't truly planned for an actual VTA or a public transit center. VTA will come back 10 years from now, whenever, but they'll say, you landlocked us. There is no way we can actually do anything here. So it's a chicken and egg. We're going back and forth and blaming. When city planning, ideally as a planner coming out, you have to understand the nodes. You have to understand if there is a transit center, what the needs of that transit center will be. So in effect, I understand that this is not that, but Commissioner Ikezi is saying, and I second as a planner, is as a city, we have to have that plan in place. We can't say it's VTA's project. VTA is going to look back to the city and say, where is the land that you want me to put this on?
Yeah, I would beg to differ. First of all, VTA is the responsible agency for planning and for creating basically funding structures for transportation facilities of a public nature, public transit. They have been involved in these discussions, and they continue to be involved. However, our city attorney can also comment on this, there are certain limits of what they can ask for when there's no plan and there's no basically engineering and there's no consideration. And this project is not going to support a transportation basically hub all by itself. As big as it is not enough to support that facility. And that's why they can't establish basically a nexus and collect funds in advance of something that hasn't even been conceived yet. And so those are the limitations of land use development as they come online. In the future, there could be both beneficial relationships of this project with the transit facility if it gets some design and consideration and gets formed further in the future. But right now, that is not the case.
Understood.
Okay.
Understood. Meanwhile, it's the common person, the common resident that's impacted by this back and forth. I'm just saying it as a statement.
Commissioner Ikezi, do you want to finish your comment?
One more question. So the staff reports mentioned something about phase option notice. I finally found it in the packet. I read it. I didn't understand what this document said at all. So can you just, and it says, but the Planning Commission is asked to consider it, but I don't understand it, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. A phased option, okay.
So, recognizing that this is a multi-phased project and that there are in the MCP options that are laid out for what the developer should be telling us. It could be option A, option B, option C. So there are a variety of options that the developer, when they proceed to, it's actually like a criteria before they even submit the DAP, they need to tell us what options they're going to be. It's a procedural step prior to even submitting the DAP, letting us know what options they are taking at their discretion. So it's an FYI for the city so that we can prepare a review of the development application process, but it's a specific step that was called out. I don't know if it's necessarily in the DA, but certainly through the MCP process.
So for example, they took 20% from another phase and put it on here, right? So that's the phase, they exercised that option to expand this project by 20%?
Correct.
Okay.
And our outside counsel is telling us that it is in the DA.
Yeah.
The DDA,
Yeah,
thank
it's
you.
in the DDA.
Okay. So, Commissioner Ikezi,
Okay, yeah, I yield.
all right. Commissioner Biagini?
So we've had a pretty good discussion. There's certainly concerns and limitations that go all the way around. So I'm going to try to reword my motion in a way that encompasses the conversations. So let me try it this way, and I'll like your input, Commissioner Jane. All right, so motion that we recommend to the City Council to approve the Phase 1 DAP application subject to conditions and request the City Council engage in additional discussions regarding improving TDM and affordable housing. Does that work with respect to the limitations and concerns that have been expressed?
I don't think that'll fly.
Doesn't get it?
The thing that I wanted to have was that there, before the Director of Community Development approves the facade, the architectural design, that there be a community input before that process happens. And I don't, and
The only
I think
concern I
that-
have is if,
Post them online.
yeah,
Yeah.
if our job, whether we like it or not, is
Against-
just to talk about whether the DAP is consistent with the MCP, I don't know that that would fit well in this motion. That's why I tried to build in the discussion. Thank you for that idea.
I was just going to say, because we're kind of locked in here, the only thing I think we should be referencing is, because they are requesting a parking reduction, I would say engage with the developer in discussions on,
Parking,
you
TDM, and affordable housing?
just, something, just if we're going to ask for more housing in later phases, or, just something,
See, I think of TDM as kind of encompassing the parking issue. That's why I stated it that way. I don't know if I had a second, though, on that.
All right, so let's just do this. So if she's got a motion, is that okay with the city attorney? Is that okay with staff that she makes that kind of motion?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna do it this way. We're gonna just take a vote on it.
Okay.
Okay.
Anybody else want to comment on this on the commission before we do this? Okay, so let's move on. So we got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Biagini, and it was seconded by Commissioner Chiricuru.
Yep.
And before we vote, I'd love to hear what the actual motion is.
Yes.
All right, I'll say it again, because I wrote it out. Motion that we recommend to the City Council to approve the Phase 1 DAP application, subject to conditions. That's the second recommendation. And then I'm adding, and requests the City Council engage in additional discussions regarding improving TDM and affordable housing. Those discussions, of course, would be with the developer.
Okay. And it was seconded by Commissioner Chiricuru. Go and cast your votes.
It doesn't show up there, but I don't know why, but I did write down what you said. Request
Okay,
the council
I wrote it down too if, yeah.
discussions with developer to improving the TDM and affordable housing.
Yes,
So
that's it.
it is on there. Okay.
And that passes 6-1. Okay, that's it. All right.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. We will now move on to reports of commissions, board, liaison, and committee. Number 1, announcements and other items. Is there any announcements from the commission staff? Seeing none.
Do we
No
have a
announcements?
sustainability manager yet?
24th.
Say, what?
I believe they'll be starting on Monday, which is the 24th.
Will we get to meet or introduce?
I don't know if I'm officially
We can
supposed to announce
certainly extend that invitation.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so nothing else for announcements and other items? We will now move on to item 2, Architectural Committee. That is Commissioner Salame and Commissioner Biagini.
Okay.
We had,
Okay, you go ahead, you first.
we had 2 items up for discussion and a rather thick packet. I won't complain. I will say that the first item was quite lengthy of a discussion, but we ended up with, I don't know if you want to expand on it, I would call it a creative resolution to satisfy both the community concerns and the developer concerns on the project that is across Champion Way from Gateway Crossing.
Right, it's the parking structure that actually resides within Santa Clara, and we've requested the developer revisit some portion, that corner at least, to improve the aesthetic of the parking structure that faces onto residential space within Santa Clara. They have agreed. We've met, we spent a lengthy amount of time yesterday and have met again this morning via WebEx, well, on meeting, go meeting, whatever it is. And there is a community meeting tonight that Adam and
Rob Mayer.
that is being monitored, and there will be conversation around the presentation that the developer made and recommendations made for an aesthetic improvement, which would be artistic in its nature of the perforated panels, and it will fit our hopes for the future of Santa Clara for having more than just gray boxes and concrete blocks. So I think that was a really positive outcome, even though it involved more work and more work still, because we have one more meeting that we're going to hold impromptu, and then we should be able to press that forward and approve it based upon community feedback. The other project of a 196-unit affordable housing, beautiful, wonderful, long overdue. I'm so happy to see it come through the process and get approved. They also had the limited parking, but with substantially better reasons than I've probably heard tonight. And I think that project could be a showplace for Santa Clara and get us well back onto our required quota, I guess you say, of affordable housing, because it is low-cost housing. It's all low-cost housing.
Genuine low-cost housing. And
Real honest to gosh, low-cost housing. So overall, it was really encouraging to see both projects come through last night.
And there was just a huge amount of concern about not glass box buildings, and those concerns were met.
So how many more meetings are left of architectural committee as it is right now?
Well, not including these side meetings to get the resolution. I think there's only one more, am I right?
There are no more scheduled meetings. The special meeting that you are planning on conducting to finish out, hopefully, the
Right.
deliberation and decision on the Coleman Gateway, or I should say Coleman High Line
Monday?
Garage. But beginning in March, we will begin, I think it's March, it's a Wednesday, the 19th or 15th. I may have it wrong, but it's the March, the regularly scheduled March meeting for Architectural Committee will transition to the Development Review hearing process.
So we won't have one of the ARC in March.
Correct.
And the other one, if I'm not mistaken, on our creative solution was Monday at 6?
No, it's actually Thursday. You asked for, I think there were two different people that weren't available on Monday. I know Adam wasn't available.
Okay, so what are those meetings? Because maybe I missed something.
There was supposed to be an in-person study session, but it sounds like there was enough progress made already that was a placeholder. There would be one in-person study session, working session, and then there would be a final meeting on Thursday
Thursday, okay, I
as a
had,
special meeting.
we'll talk offline. I'm confused.
Okay.
Well, I think that's what we
I'm
discussed.
confused about time, but we can do it offline.
Okay.
All right. Any more reports on ARC?
No, I'd just like to make sure that we still get notified of when the new meetings are going to occur, because I'll probably attend as a member of the public and be no less vocal.
Sure.
That's
So
great.
the dates that were for ARC are the same dates that the development, just FYI, there's no schedule change.
So we could send you the link to the e-notify so you can get to all the agendas. So if everybody wants them, we could just send them to you as a regular routine. distribution.
Cool. Well, on the subject of architectural committee, I would have loved to seen this related project go through the ARC and have a lot more community input on that. That's my comments on that. And also thank you for everyone who served on ARC. Appreciate it. It was fun.
And while I'm encouraged to hear that you want to continue attending the meetings, just a word of caution, if it's something that gets appealed to Planning Commission, please don't be vocal at those meetings because you won't be able to participate at Planning Commission. So
can't be impartial.
You have to consider that. Yeah, it'll be one or the other. If you express your opinion about the project at AC, you can't then participate in the appeal.
Okay. We are now moving on to item number 3, Commissioner Travel and Training Reports, requests to attend trainings. And I think
I have a report.
Commissioner Jane.
So Commissioners Biagini and Cherukuru and I attended the State of the Valley. If you've never been, it's really amazing. It's a 115-page report that is full of data, and data is good. So I wanted to give some highlights. Silicon Valley's not slowing down. In 2018, there was $50 billion in VC funding, and in 2019, it was $41 billion. The newcomer is there was $2.9 billion in automotive. So all the big auto companies around the world, Mercedes and everyone, are coming to Silicon Valley to learn how to do self-driving cars and everything. And then this interesting statistic is that in Silicon Valley, the average annual earning is $146,000 per person, and the U.S. average is $69,000. So less than half. So we have 11,200 homeless people. 21% of those are sheltered, 79% unsheltered. And 42% of people are housing cost burdened in Silicon Valley. That means they're spending over 30% of their gross income on housing. We have 101,000 mega commuters. These are the people that commute more than 90 minutes each way. So they're spending basically 3 hours a day driving to their jobs. And then as Commissioner Chirukuru mentioned, Peter Calthorpe talked about these grand boulevards all over the Bay Area, like El Camino Real, Stevens Creek. There is enough capacity to put 2 million housing units on those grand boulevards and not impact the traffic in on residential streets. And in Santa Clara County alone, there's 1.3 million units of housing capacity on those grand boulevards. There was a very interesting presentation about what you can trust on the internet. And there's a project called the Trust Project at Santa Clara University, and they have this thing called trust indicators. So if somebody's posting something, you want to know what is their agenda, who is a journalist, how do you know what you know, and does that person know my community? So those are kinds of indicators about who you can trust. And now you can see websites have this little T on them where they have posted what their credentials are for the authors of those posts. So it was very good. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Chirukuru.
I just wanted to add some interesting facts that are more from our planning standpoint. So the number of permitted units and the number of building permits, however, does not match our housing demand and our RHNA numbers. Our RHNA numbers are the Regional Housing Needs Assessment numbers. I hope I said the acronym right. For Silicon Valley is 82,893, and our progress, the number of permitted units is 46,377. So there's a huge deficit and delta in our housing permits that need to be, and also affordable housing, we've barely scraped the demand from the standpoint. So I just wanted to add what was our need. And of course, the multimodal transit that Peter Calthorpe talked about also ensured that we have to plan for it now. And so that's why I brought it up earlier as well, to make sure if we are engaging with VTA, now is the time to do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Cherukuru. Commissioner Biagini?
I echo what my two fellow commissioners said. It is an excellent conference, State of the Valley, put on by Joint Venture. And I want to publicly thank Commissioner Jane for bringing everybody here on the Planning Commission a copy of the Purple Book. Excellent reading, excellent data.
Thank you. All right, we are now moving on to Director of Community Development reports. Our number one is planning budget, but that will be for the next Planning Commission meeting on the 26th.
Commissioner Becker, I did want to ask for authorization to attend the National Planning Convention.
Sure. Are we allowed to take the motion on that right now? Okay, so is there a motion to approve funds for Commissioner Kelly to attend this event?
Second.
So-
Motion to approve.
I was like, who motioned first?
And I seconded too.
Hey, you do it all in one. That's great. No.
Done.
So motion by Commissioner Cherukuru. Who's going to second it?
Second.
Don't we usually put some amount, attach some amount?
Yeah, we do. How much is there?
It's true.
I have to look, but
What would you say an estimated rough cost would be?
Is this the
I think
NPC?
last time I
can pull it
traveled,
up.
it was like 2,800, something like that.
28, okay.
You know,
I think I can
But
find
I
it.
don't think I'm going to be there the whole time, so I'd say it's more like 25.
There's an early
But
bird
can we-
registration.
Can we allot 3,000
So
as a
moved.
safety precaution, and then if there's a little left, you know? Is that okay? Everyone's okay with that? So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Cherukuru. She accept that?
Yep.
And a second by who again?
Second.
Commissioner Jane. Okay.
This is the National APA Conference?
National PC. It's the National Planning Conference.
It is.
It's in
Do you have a
Houston.
date on that? I can't look it up. I don't have my
can look it
iPad.
up for you
It's in
right
Houston.
now.
I think it's at Houston.
So it should be a regional flight.
It is, the price, regular pricing is $760. If you go after March 4th, it's, I guess, $380, whatever. The dates is what you were asking, okay?
Yeah, I gotta see what the classes are.
Okay, key dates, of course, if you didn't register last year, but early registration ends March 4th. I'm sorry, I still can't get the dates of the actual event, which I will,
It should be April.
yeah. It's registered, but let's-
Go to the home. Home.
So when is the
I'll get
actual
you the dates.
conference? Oh.
yeah,
Yep, that's it.
just got it.
All right, so April 25th to the 28th, $3,000 allocation.
Yeah, I got a question.
Commissioner Salim?
Was there anyone else that wanted to go?
Yeah, is there anybody else that want to go?
Didn't seem like it.
I mean, I would, but
No,
I can't take off work,
don't
so.
think I can, I'll be starting a new job, but I was just worried that, you know, if some of one of the newer commissioners
Commissioners
might
wanna
wanted to
go.
do that, because I think, what did you say, Commissioner Kelly, your end of term is June?
Wait, when is
No,
it?
I still want to try to do something in 2 years, try to get on with the county if I can.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm not against it, I'm just making sure that we get a balance.
I gotta work that weekend.
Did you want to actually put a dollar amount or just for approving Commissioner Kelly?
So, is there anybody else that wants to go? All right, seeing nobody, then let's do a $3,000 allotment.
Not to exceed.
Not to
3,000.
Not to
exceed.
exceed $3,000.
Yeah, I'm going to the
And it was-
academy and so-
Motion was made by Commissioner Cherukuru and seconded by Commissioner Jane.
Correct.
Go and cast your votes. That passes unanimously. Okay, Good luck, Commissioner Kelly. Bring me back a cowboy hat, okay? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right, next is Director of Community Development Reports. The first one is for the Planning Commission budget, but that will be talked about on our next Planning Commission meeting, which is February 26th. That's next Wednesday. 2 upcoming agenda items, if staff would like to indulge us a little bit on that.
So,
Oh, it's the study session.
I know in April, there will be, we're timing to bring a PD zoning for an office project forward. And we've also sent out a request for a special meeting date related to the VMT policy transition. At our March meeting, I believe we're actually at the actual meeting, which I think is March 25th, we're intending to use that time to do a study session on the progress made to date on the VMT policy. If you recall, the state has mandated that we adopt VMT as a threshold for CEQA come July 1st. So those are some of the larger items. We do have a meeting next Wednesday. This was a special meeting. It's a very light meeting, so hopefully we can leave early. So let's look forward to that and plan on that.
I think we're going to stay until 11.
Right. We couldn't add it on to this meeting.
Don't jinx it.
We couldn't add it on to this meeting, so hopefully next meeting will be very short.
I see the smile on Gloria's face.
Just a quick question to staff. When do we anticipate the zoning ordinance amendments to come?
April?
We can give you an update at the next meeting.
Okay,
Right.
sounds
I think
great.
at our last
I don't want to
meeting-
extend that meeting.
At our last meeting, the Assistant City Attorney Zander, he let us know that the document is with the attorney's office. We will then have opportunity for a public review period.
Yeah.
We will then come forward with a study session to the Planning Commission. So this is obviously a really big body of work with a lot of legal implications, so it's taking
Understood.
longer.
Okay.
I'll have a word with the attorney that's working on that
Yeah,
project.
I'd like to meet them too.
Okay. All right, so next item is city council actions. Was there a city council meeting?
No, we'll do those updates at the next meeting.
Next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll cover
So
everything.
do I have a motion for an
Motion to
adjournment?
adjourn.
All right, motion by Commissioner Biagini, second by Commissioner Chair Crew. Have a good night, everybody. Well, we have to vote. Oh, sorry. I'm tired. I'm already ahead of this.
Funny how that goes. That's a motion that,
Got the motion.
to speak back.
Yeah, it's bad.
How did that happen?
we're waiting for the.
Well, we don't have to go home.
We're going to vote
I'm kidding.
online?
I'm kidding.
Are we voting online, or are we doing a voice vote?
Are we doing a voice vote or are we doing a? Oh, voice? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There, it's legal. Okay. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you, Santa Clara.
Wait, where are you going with that?
Oh, this is yours?
Yeah, you have 2